Glenn and Don, of course, I know, and
Yeah.
and Tom, I don't think you and I know each other.
I feel like I recognize you, but
maybe we met years ago when I was playing a little bit with you guys one evening.
That could be. That could be.
That's it. And this is.
And I've heard your name a lot.
There you go. Hopefully, not too many bad things.
I don't remember, honestly. Let's hope.
Not that memorable, I guess.
Let's hope.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining today. So just to give you a little background, I decided to so several of us at Gen Con had a great time playing Vaesen, and it was just it's a cool game. It's very different than Pathfinder, D&D, the stuff that we've played before. And has a sort of different vibe to it. But one of the things that I'm looking forward to in the new year is when convention season rolls around, I want to run a few different new RPGs. And so Vaesen was one of those that I really enjoyed, and I wanted to get a handle on how to DM it and sort of like run a couple of trial runs before I go into a convention setting with it. So I looked at a few one shots, and I thought, why not run it online for people who won't have me killed if I screw this up? And let's try it out. Yeah, except for Doug. Doug, obviously, I've got special protection.
I know where you live.
Welcome, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah, hey, guys, ladies.
This is Jane.
Here we are.
Hi, Doug.
My lady.
Doug, that's Jane.
Again.
Jane, Doug.
Hi, Doug.
Jane. You know Josh?
No, she doesn't.
Yeah,
she wandered into his apartment and
yeah, she did. I have that kind of magnetism. You know?
She's now being held captive.
She's got a big butterfly net.
Yeah, really.
and
everybody show your mouse ears.
Chains and handcuffs.
Professor Professorson.
So that's sort of the thing. So this is my first try trying it. I'll be the first to admit I am not 100% on the rules. So we will go with what we know. If you guys,
you're not 100% on any of the rules.
That's good. It's an excellent point.
I mean, we don't know as much as you do.
Well, then I am 100% on the rules.
There you go.
I went through the book, and for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. There are a couple of things in there that you it will be easy to forget, little extra add-ons.
Okay.
But I don't think that's the end of the world if we forget them. But I would definitely maybe keep the combat section up, because there's a couple of little rules in there.
There's quirks, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, quirks. Josh.
Yeah.
You going through the rules doesn't surprise me in the least bit. I mean,
maybe that I heard that.
I mean.
So one of the things I'm glad that Josh pointed that out, because one of the things that is very different is initiative, and usually we draw cards is what we would normally do. In this case, we're going to just roll a d10 and do it that way. So that'll be we'll work it that way. All right. So any questions before we get started? Anything anybody needs to know before we jump in?
So are you going to have us taking our advantages once you share it with us, and also picking up any additional equipment we may need?
So you could pick. So yes, we'll have opportunity for equipment, and if you do not have an advantage already on your sheet, which I don't know that many do, we'll go through that as well, and I'll provide advantages. Oh, I know. So Josh, you and Jane probably will not have advantages.
Yeah. We decided to roll characters, put characters together today, because it was a way for me to teach Jane a little bit about the mechanics of the game, since she's never played a role-playing game before, and get a little bit of a feel for it. And it was nice. It's a really interesting rule set, I have to say.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, and I'm looking forward to sort of like, learning better how to sort of run a session, run a game, that kind of thing, and sort of getting in the zone with this particular game, because it's really an intriguing setting, really a pretty cool game overall. Cool. Any other questions?
Yeah. Regarding the interaction with Rule 20, I couldn't see. I mean, of course, my character does not have a weapon, or it has a knife, but I couldn't figure out how, if I need to attack, how that works.
We'll get to that. Don't you worry.
Well, the other thing is I mean, how is it interacting? Most of the character sheets that go with Roll20, they're automatically. How do you roll? And you're
Well,
going to
so
get
in
to
this
that.
case,
Sorry.
you'll typically except for initiative, all we'll use is D6s. So you can just use the dice roller on that. The character sheets, the pre-gens that I had were PDFs. I didn't have a proper character sheet and wasn't able to build that. So the character sheets themselves are not going to be interactive with the thing. However, this Vaesen is Doug, as you remember from Gen Con, Vaesen is very different from the point of view of like there's not a ton of spells. It's mostly opposed rolls and things of that nature and
Right.
skill checks. When we get into combat, we'll deal with some of that, but it's not like you're going to need to be clicking buttons on the thing. Most of it is going to be handled by dice and a quick check of the character sheet. So it shouldn't be an issue is my thought. It won't work, but it shouldn't be an issue. If that's helpful. Probably not
Yeah,
as helpful
that's out
as you
there.
would have liked. Okay, cool. Other questions? Anything else? All right, let's get started. First thing I want to talk to you about is where you guys are coming from. So all of you are members of what is colloquially known as the society. Now, this society is generally made up of people who have one common ability, and that is the ability to see and interact with Vaesen. Vaesen is a Scandinavian word which we would roughly equivalent to something like cryptid or an unknown creature, right? So Vaesen is sort of a large catch-all for all sorts of mythological, undead, unheard of creatures, right? So all kinds of different creatures can be Vaesen because it's sort of it's a catch-all term. But for the most part, the bulk of humanity cannot see them or interact with them. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that Vaesen cannot interact in certain ways with people who can't see them. But one of the things that brings the six of you guys together is that you have the innate ability, for whatever reason, to be able to see and interact directly with these creatures. The society has gone around, in this case, England, and collected a great, as many of these people as they can find, and basically put them to work as investigating incidences of Vaesen materialization, odd occurrences, mysteries, that kind of stuff. And in Penrith, Penrith, which is in the north of England, and we'll look at a map here in a second, you guys are the society has their headquarters in Penrith in a place called Rose House, and that's the picture that you're looking at right now. This is a mansion, an old mansion that was acquired by the society many decades ago, and has turned into essentially a combination of tavern and inn and library in which the members of the society can rest, relax, talk to other members of the society, and most importantly, receive mail and packages. And that's what happens. All of you are at Rose House, sort of enjoying the afternoon, not thinking very much about anything, when you get one of the servants, Hawkins, comes over and says, "Excuse me, I've received a package and it's addressed to the six of you. I just wanted to let you know. Were you expecting any packages?"
Not aware of any.
Okay. Well, it's been examined. At least we haven't opened it, but it has been examined. And he has in his hands. Basically, it's on a tray. He brings it forward, and it's essentially a flat, like roughly analogous to what a modern day FedEx envelope would look like. It's about that size, but sort of a larger size, folded parchment paper, sealed with red wax. They've examined it, and they don't. Yeah, and Hawkins will say, "I don't believe there's any danger to your opening, but we were reluctant to open anything so specifically addressed to you. So with your assent, I will leave this package here, and you may peruse it in your own time." He sets the tray down on the table and says that, and you can see very clearly it's a largish package, about the envelope. Really, it's a large envelope, about the size of maybe a dining room table placemat about that size. Not very thick, about maybe 3/8 to inch to a half inch. Covered in brown paper, sealed with string, and the string is there's a fairly large. But ungainly, not elegantly put dollop of wax with a seal in it, sort of
Do we
sealing it all
recognize
together.
the seal recognizable?
It's possible. Do you have any? I would say that would be what kind of skill check would that be? That would be
Would that be
um,
something related to like where you start off with resources, where you would know?
no. So this would be like a
Mhm.
check. So,
Learning?
yeah, learning check would be a good start.
Who has
I
a
have a
high?
suspicion that's my talent.
It's not really, well, I mean, your suspicious talent might be applicable from the point of view of trying to determine if this package is some sort of sub rosa attack on you or the society. It does have all 6 of your names on it, though.
How heavy is the package?
Astrid would love to research this a little bit.
Okay.
Um,
All right. So we've got a couple of people, and so Josh, your character, the colonel is looking at the seal to try and identify if it's a readily identifiable seal, correct?
Yes, maybe
And how many?
a
And
vigilance check or a learning check. Vigilance.
probably a learning check, I
All
would
right,
say.
I mean, I could try it. I'm only gonna have a 4, but I could try that. Here, let's see what happens.
Four's pretty high.
Yeah, 4's really high.
Yeah.
That's 4 dice, so
Yeah,
4d6.
no, I know that, but that's how this thing works. So
Yep.
it's reasonably high. You could have, oh no, I'm not a 4 on vigilance. I'm a 1 on vigilance, but I get the benefit, because you add together the attributes and the skills.
Oh, I thought you said you were a
Correct.
4 on learning. Sorry.
No, I'm a 1 on learning. I'm a 1 on vigilance, a 0 on learning, but I have a logic of 4. So I get
Yeah,
4
so
dice.
yeah, I think that's reasonable to that logic might be applicable there.
So let's do that. Yeah.
So in this game, so just so everybody knows, we're looking for 6s, right? So 6s are essentially successes. And so what did you oh yeah, wow, it doesn't show anything else. That's weird.
What are you
All right,
looking?
so you got 1 6. So yeah, so Colonel, you take a look at the seal, and while it's a bit smeared, it looks like maybe this was done in a hurry. You can see that it bears the primary sigil of the constabulary of Northern England. In this case, this would be probably related to something like the constabulary of Manchester. This far in the north. It also has the sub seal, which you recognize as being from St. Bees, which is a town on the Irish coast. Let's take a look at that. So if we look, you can see that you guys are in the town of Penrith right now. St. Bees is on the coast of the Irish Sea there, sort of out of the way place. It's a I mean, you really haven't heard much about it, other than it's a smallish fishing village on the Irish coast.
Got it. Yeah. So don't know anything. Anybody else?
But
Potentially
the
learning one?
seal represents probably it looks like it's a constabulary seal.
It's a constabulary of St. Bees. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Astrid would like to also, she's got a magnifying glass, and
Okay.
it's not because she's any kind of detective. It's because she's middle-aged and you need it at some point. But she wants to take a close look at the paper and anything she can glean from the external weight of the
Hey, look at that kitty cat.
weight of the package.
Hey, buddy. All right, so you're gonna check that out. So do you have any applicable skill dice in those areas?
I do. I have
Okay.
in learning, I have 4 + 4.
Right.
So I'll just click it, learning.
Hold on, let me check that. I'm not sure what that means.
I don't know.
He's got the logic attribute of 4, and he's
Oh,
learning skill of 4, so he gets
right.
8 dice.
Yeah, he get 8 dice, and you're looking for successes. The more successes you get, the more information you learn.
Oh, by the way, there is another thing. There is a way to aid another. I don't know. It's up to the GM whether you can do it on a particular roll or skill. And you get, I think, a +2. And it's essentially just declared if you have, like a good enough skill, or you can add it to the other person.
Gotcha. Hold on. Let me. I'll look that up while you are rolling your 8 dice.
How did you do the learning, template?
Well, he made his own
Macro?
character sheet. So he's
I made a
using
character sheet. I made a character sheet in the game, but since you guys weren't rolling your own characters, it probably didn't make sense. So what you want to do here is just go to the left to open the dice.
Yeah.
On the left, and then in here there's a advanced roller, and that's probably the easiest. So you can just put in the number of dice you're going to roll for that roll, and then the D6.
Right, of course. Thank you. How many dice would it be? Would it be 8?
It'd be
8.
Yeah,
8 D6, yeah.
All right.
But we're not looking for totals here. We're looking for individual 6s to determine.
Indeed. Well,
Right.
that's why they gave you blanks, right? Because it doesn't matter if it's not a 6.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
8d6. Target number, question mark. That's interesting.
Yeah, don't worry about any of that. Yeah.
So
All right, so
fun.
1 6. You got 1 6. All right, so it's not. The professor's looking it over and with her magnifying glass, and basically you don't see about the seal. You don't see much outside of what the colonel has mentioned. It all looks pretty clear. You're not familiar with constabulary seals, so you're relying on the colonel's recommendation there. You do notice that the string and the paper are generally of moderate quality. This isn't expensive vellum or anything like that. The string is common twine. This isn't something that you would see from on an aristocrat's table or even an academic's table. This is more a blue collar envelope. One thing you do notice also is that there's a bit of a fish smell, almost very faint.
Do we know if St. Bees is a fishing village?
Indeed, that's probably all you really know about St. Bees at this point. Is that it's a fishing village on the Irish Sea, on the coast of the Irish Sea.
Are there any like oily fingerprints that I can find on any of the paper?
None that you can detect. No.
Okay. Well, I would report that I think it's probably legitimately from the constabulary and not some sort of fake. It checks out. At least it's not an upper class person that sent this. So
As far as I can tell.
Yeah.
By the way, what archetypes are each of you playing? Don, what archetype are you playing?
I'm a old male servant.
And Tom, what are you playing?
Middle-aged academic.
And how about you, Doug?
I'm a vagabond. There's a little puppy I have with me.
There you go.
Very, very loyal.
Yeah. And we gotta find what is Gwen playing.
Gwen is. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
He's playing a middle-aged doctor. The doctor is her.
Okay. So
You got a character sheet.
Jane is an occultist, and I'm an officer.
Got it.
You all are high types.
I'm not.
There's if you're a vagabond, everybody's a high type.
That's
I'm
right.
a servant.
Talk a little bit of cockney there. Hello, Pike.
Hey, that's my job. All right.
Hello,
Professor, you don't determine anything out of the ordinary other than this looks like a workaday envelope. It's not something that would have come from an aristocrat's table or anything like that.
Shall we open it? It seems safe to me.
I think so.
Okay. You open the thing and it opens quite readily. And inside, there's only one thing, and it's a copy of a newspaper.
We got
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. I showed you the wrong thing. Hold on a second.
You sure?
Oh, you showed us the wrong.
Well,
thing.
we'll get the. I
This is
showed
on
you.
the back of the paper.
I
for
showed
good
you the
use of this
second.
later.
I
The
showed
thing
you the
you're
second
supposed
thing
to
first.
say we're supposed to say. Okay, here we go.
Very
All right.
good.
We can
So
read
it's
it.
basically a newspaper from just a
Mhm.
few days ago, November 30th, 1897, um, of the Old Post, which is Keswick's illustrated weekly newspaper. If you recall, Keswick is the town between where you guys are now in Penrith and St. Bees. It's about halfway through. If you were going to St. Bees, you would definitely pass through Keswick. And the headline just screams out at you. It's St. Bees artist murder still unsolved. And the text reads, yesterday, the body of renowned local artist Tim Roebuck was found murdered, his throat having been cut on the St. Bees beach that he helped to put on the map. Both locals and artists alike have expressed their dismay at the passing of their friend, affectionately known as Slim Tim. A murder investigation is underway, and there are no suspects at the time of going to press. Frank Williams, who is acting as lead investigator on the case, states that Slim Tim had very few enemies and was beloved among the St. Bees locals and the art community alike. The passing of Tim Roebuck has cast a pall over St. Bees that is not likely to lift anytime soon. The people of the village will be gathering throughout this week at the Siren Song Inn in St. Bees to commemorate his life. This does jog your memory. You do remember hearing about some sort of artist's murder. Does anybody have any skills that might lead them to have any information about art or painting, or anything that they would like to try and deploy?
Do you have here? I'm trying to see. What are yours?
I would know about, that this area is renowned for its artists, but I'm not sure I would know more than that.
Give me a quick roll on your knowledge learning.
Uh,
What would that be? That would be learning, or
yeah,
Yeah, learning.
yeah,
So I think
Uh,
that's another 8d6er.
I think so.
So 1-6. So yes, you have you were wondering where you had heard of St. Bees, and then now it occurs to you. You remember hearing the story of St. Bees and this Tim Roebuck fellow, who is a watercolorist of some note. You remember going to a gallery opening in Manchester. This is several months ago, maybe over a year ago, just to examine it. And several of this man's works were on display, and you remember them being watercolors, typically landscapes, but quite haunting watercolors. Very well done. Very. That they were very sort of, they depicted the coastline of the Irish Sea and areas around that area very evocatively, very hauntingly. Quite well done, and very interesting paintings. Very pleasing.
I would report that to the group.
As you guys take a look at the newspaper, you turn it over, and you can see that on the back page, in a blank area, you can see that there was some writing scrawled there as well, which I accidentally showed you first. If you look at it, you can see that it is handwriting, and it looks like it's a letter to you. It says, "To the Society, Rose House, Penrith." That's here. "Good day to you all. On behalf of the Constabulary of St. Bees, I'm requesting your assistance in a matter of utmost urgency. Sending a carriage tomorrow with my hope that you will be amenable to lending your aid to this vexing crime. Recent occurrences of a mysterious nature seem to indicate the need for the expertise of the Society, hence this letter. Come directly to the Constabulary when you arrive, and I will explain. Yours most sincerely, Detective Inspector Franklin E. Williams."
Hey, Les,
Mm-hmm.
is this game you hope to maybe GM later?
Theoretically. Why?
Okay. The headline on the Old Post says that the murder is still unsolved.
Mm-hmm.
And the first line of your note underneath there says, yesterday the body was found. So yesterday, the body, finding the body yesterday, it makes sense that it's still unsolved.
I don't know
Could
that
that
we
be-
can apply modern day lack of ability to investigate crimes with how they did in the Victorian era. I think they were pretty good about these kind of things back in the Victorian era. It's only
Well, I mean, of
nowadays.
course, it's still unsolved. It was only yesterday found.
No, but what,
They
no,
didn't
but
start the
but date-
investigation before
can't-
they found the
the date-
I
body.
can't
the
help
date
it.
on the newspaper, though.
Yeah, it's the date of the newspaper.
Yeah, it was.
Somebody could have been standing over the
they-
body and that would have wrapped up the case perhaps more quickly.
Yeah, this newspaper is about a week old.
So got 8 days since the body was found. We don't
Okay.
know yet when the murder happened.
It's not a week old, about 3-4 days old. Since it
Okay.
There's one in every crowd, Les.
I know.
Well,
Trouble.
I'm just saying.
All right, you're
I
right.
just, it's all right.
Is this,
All right.
is this detective inspector, has he worked with the society before? I mean, he's
Unknown. You guys have never heard of him, as far as you know. St. Bees again is a very small blip on a map, but he's certainly aware of the society and aware of you guys specifically.
He seems to imply that in the letter that he'd be familiar to at least the society.
right, well, he said
He doesn't spend a lot of time explaining what his role is or anything.
mysterious nature of the crime or of occurrences of a mysterious nature.
Well, our first mystery. This is very exciting. Very exciting.
Must bring this
Very
letter with us.
exciting for fighting wars.
Hmm,
And do we know?
Shall we visit this constabulary?
we must
Mhm.
forthwith.
Is the newspaper?
All right.
Oh no, it says right there. It's a weekly newspaper.
Yeah, it's a weekly. So and Frank, so the note is signed by Detective Inspector Franklin E. Williams, and Frank Williams is noted in the article as being the lead investigator in the case.
So it makes sense.
So it must be the same guy.
That makes sense.
Hey, Les, would Astrid know anything about the Black Spectre
Mhm.
that's referenced also in the newspaper?
It's possible. Go ahead and roll.
I'm fascinated by such things, sightings of strange creatures.
What'd you roll?
1-6.
1-6. All right. So you have not heard of the term black specter in terms of the loss of cattle or livestock in this region. It's possible that this is a purely local phenomenon and has not been brought to the attention of the society. Might not be even worthy of the attention of the society. But you don't have not heard anything about this.
Well, I will have my head on a swivel, for one.
Okay.
Watching for such things.
All right. So he says the carriage will be arriving tomorrow if you are amenable to bring you to St. Bees. It's about a 2-day, well, it's about a day and a half trip. So the carriage will take you, pick you up at Penrith in the morning, and take you to Keswick, where you will overnight at the Old Fellows Inn in Keswick, traditional meeting place on the way to St. Bees, and then travel on to St. Bees in the morning. Most likely arrival will be sometime early to mid-afternoon of the second day. In the meantime, those of you have opportunities to do maybe some research here. Obviously, the Rose House has an extensive library, and pick up some equipment that you think you may need.
How are we going to pay for it? Because I'm a vagabond. I have no money.
So in this case, you go to, I think it's your resources role, and you act on that kind of stuff. So from a vagabond, let me just check the thing here. Let's take a look at. Sorry, but I showed that to everybody. So in this case, the vagabond does he have any resource? He has one resource. So you can equip yourself with one item depending on how expensive or comparatively expensive it would be.
All
Those of
right.
you who have more resources would have, like, those of you who would be considered more wealthy, like a professor or a doctor, might be able to get additional equipment. I think the doctor has something like 4 resources.
Do you have to roll for it, or is it?
No, you would just use them as like points, I think, is
as
how
mo-
this
as
is done.
money?
Yeah.
And there's capital as well that you can expend if you have capital.
Mhm,
So the
exactly.
higher level, like my character has capital and resources because he's an older, not quite an aristocrat, but comes from wealth.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
And where is this?
On your character sheet, off to the right.
I wanna
No,
see.
I know off to the right. I mean, where do we get to the list of things we can buy?
Yeah, it's in the core rule.
It- It's in the core rule book, but we don't necessarily have to hew too closely to that. If there's something that you need, spit it out and we'll make it happen. Or we'll try to make it happen. We'll see if it happens.
Yeah.
Bag
It
of
might be
holding.
one of the things. Yeah, they don't have that. You could get a valise though of some sort to carry things in.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I might have some kind of tonic for the nerves. I suspect where there's a murder, there's family members that are perhaps, or loved ones that are perhaps, on edge, and perhaps it would be good to have a dose or two of some kind of tonic that we can calm them down before we can get sense out of them.
Okay, so a calming balm, perhaps something with some laudanum in it.
Yes, but not so much that they would become incoherent. Well,
Ah.
no, perhaps we would like one that
Okay.
would make them incoherent and one that would just calm them
That
down so we
that
could.
sort of thing would certainly be available to you at Rose House.
Okay, so I'll make a note that I'll have a calming tonic, and then I'll have a laudanum.
Oh, so it gives you, okay, so how's this work? That's preparatory.
I don't know how you spell that.
During history. Okay, so. For normal
Les?
purchases,
Mhm.
I want to grab a
value.
hammer, a crowbar, extra oil for my hurricane lamp that I have,
Okay,
some matches, and then a carpet bag to throw it all in.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, that sounds eminently reasonable.
Okay, so here's how buying equipment works.
Okay.
All right, so if the stuff is available and you need to buy it, and you're preparing, you roll a resources roll, and the number of successes gives you the level, the number of successes you have enables you to buy equipment of different levels, right?
Ah,
So,
gotcha.
like
Okay.
level 1 to 3. So you do your resources roll, yeah, and that's how you can decide to buy.
Okay, we could do that. That's good to know. Probably.
Oh, I rolled a 5, so that means I get 5 things instead of 1.
No, you need sixes. Sixes are successful. So
Yeah.
for the bulk of this, I think unless it's I mean, it's good to know that rule, and I will remember that. Thank you, Josh.
Maybe allow, the purchase of a couple of level 1 items, but if you want more than that on this, maybe.
Yeah, if you have something specific that's going to be more than level 1, let me know and we'll make that happen. I think for the purpose of this game, though, I think it'd be okay to gather a few things.
I think the tonics are too potent to take.
How many?
Well, I took one
Tonics.
tonic and one laudanum tonic,
I think that'd be fine. I think that would be fine.
And then do I need to reduce my resources, or?
No, just leave it. I don't think it'll come into play any further in this game. So basically what I'm saying is if you have some resources, you can use those to pick up generally the equipment that you need. We're gonna sort of hand wave some of the rolls and stuff like that, unless it's for something unusual, like for example, if Doug wants to buy a very expensive hunting rifle, his character is a vagabond. He's not going to have those kind of resources to do that.
A backpack is about, I mean, a carpet bag. What's the difference? How big is a carpet bag, Don?
About up to
Like a-
24 inches long, maybe
2 foot?
10 inches wide,
By the way,
10 inches
for those
high.
that- For those of
Yeah, I'll stick with a backpack and put it on my back. It's something. Yeah, that's fine.
For those of you who have the PDF of the core rulebook, the equipment is on page 77.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see there's
Yeah,
a
that's
bunch of
fine.
different equipment that you can get. There's also armor for those of you who might end up having to engage in melee or long range battle, which I'm going to take.
I will not be engaging in that.
As an officer, I would probably have some form of protection. So,
Well, but thinking from the setting standpoint, I mean, this is the late 1890s, coming up on 19. So like, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily be rocking chainmail. You would probably would have like a leather surcoat or something like that.
They don't call it. They have armor in here. It's on page 78. And
Okay.
light armor, medium armor, every.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm
All
not
right.
sure
So
what it is. It's basically just some form of protection, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they do say that actually. Funnily enough, an example of light armor would be a leather cuirass.
oh, gotcha.
Medium
Okay,
armor
perfect.
could be a chainmail shirt, and a heavy armor could be putting on an old suit of plate mail before your encounter with a fearsome Vaesen. So like this is like stuff lying around, that normal people wouldn't use, but in our case, we have them in the society, and they provide a modicum of protection.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, but
Sounds
not
good.
like out of norm. Like, so we wouldn't have plate armor, but you might have a chain shirt or some leather cuirass lying around.
Well, Gertrude will spend some time this evening going through checking her surgical tools, making sure they're clean and sharpening them, because there's not always time for anesthesia, so we want to cut well.
Okay. Yep. Sharp. It's got speed is important. All right. So out of all of you, who doesn't have an advantage?
I do not.
Not at this point.
Okay.
I don't think I do either. Where is it listed?
It's on the character sheet, right below talents.
My character sheet is different. But
Okay.
yeah, it's not the same format as everybody else's. But also I don't see an advantage.
You don't see the place, or you don't see
I don't see a place for it. Mine's
Look at you. You have a different one.
a strange looking,
Maybe go to
not wired. There's no links. It's like a PDF of a character.
Seriously?
Yeah. Academic middle-aged female. Is that the right correct?
Oh yeah, yours is different. Okay. So
I mean, I
sorry.
can switch characters just so I can I like to click on things, but
No, you're fine.
all right.
All right. So so as the professor, your advantage is being able to put together disparate things. The idea is that, if there are situations that are seemingly unrelated, you can use your advantage to connect them in ways that make sense. Okay.
And that's something that I would suggest. Is there a way I can connect these dots? Like I would ask you.
Yeah, you would say, look, what about these two things? Is there some information? Then you would bring that up.
I
Okay.
got it. Mm-hmm.
And it would give you extra dice or, what have you, that kind of thing.
Right.
All right. Doctor, your advantage is going to be.
It says, I have seen the worst that humanity has to offer. And so it says I have a +2 to overcome fear effect.
Gotcha. Perfect. That's excellent. And so the Colonel.
I'll be right back.
Let's see if I got an advantage for you here. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
So 1 second, I had them all written down. So you as well. So, Colonel, due to your lengthy military history, and you're having traveled the world and seen it all, you have sort of a multi-step advantage. One, you get like the doctor, you get a lesser advantage on fear effects. You have an extra dice if something is frightening or trying to, sort of scare you into submission.
That's
Second,
one extra dice.
one extra dice. You also have an extra dice when trying to determine tactical or geographic elements. If you're trying to determine, for example, I'll give you an example of this. Where is the best point to go into a tactical situation, or how to enter a house, or if the geography favors you as a combatant as opposed to the other. You have a special experience in being strategically sound when it comes to geographic and.
So I might like combine that, say, with vigilance.
Correct.
And, yeah, to be able to roll and get some information.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yep. All right, Jane, you are an occultist, and so your advantage. Hold on, let me take a look at you real quick here. Open up so I can see you. Here we go. My windows open up for reasons that I can't. I can't. I don't know why. Open up very small. All right. So your advantage, Jane, has to do with your equipment, which is your crystal ball. Your crystal ball not only allows you to search for clues and see things that are hidden, but it also allows you to determine whether or not the things that you are seeing are terrestrial or or occultist, that have elements that are not of this earth kind of thing. And you get that automatically, you'll be able to see. It also gives you an extra dice when you're trying to find something specific. Like if you go into your crystal ball and you're saying, I'm looking for open quote, something, close quote, it gives you an extra dice to try and find that particular thing. Good?
Yep.
Anybody else not have an advantage already listed?
Mine is suspicion, whatever the hell that means.
So
I'm suspicious of everybody.
Suspicion. So hold on, I'll tell you in just a second. I gotta find it.
Oh, my advantages. I'm sorry. I don't. My talent is suspicious.
Talent is suspicious. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any advantages. I'm
You
one
don't
that
have an
doesn't. Oh,
advantage.
I'll be damned. All right.
All right, so for you, your advantage is being able to, as a vagabond, you're often confronted by people who have different intent. So think from the point of view of like a sense motive. Whenever you're trying to determine what a person's real intent is, or if they're trying to hide something, you get 2 extra dice because your experience with people treating you, underhandedly as a vagabond.
Might that be observation? Could be under skills.
Kind of. It's more like something like what we would do. It's roughly analogous to sense motive in Pathfinder or D&D.
Okay, I'll just put sense motive then.
It gives you plus 2 dice if you're trying to ascertain whether somebody's being duplicitous or deceptive, and plus 1 dice to get a general idea if they're hiding something or trying to avoid talking about something.
Les, I had to step away for a bit. Henry does not have an advantage yet.
Henry does not have an advantage. Let me look at him real quick.
Just say no, he doesn't have one.
All right. His advantage is being since he's an older servant, has been a valet for a minor nobleman. He was a valet for a minor nobleman for many years. He's very adept at ascertaining the next move. What the next move of somebody's going to be. One of the things that your former master always praised you about was your ability to sort of know what he was thinking and already be doing what he wanted before he even said it to you, right? This
Radar.
kind of, yeah, like Radar O'Reilly. In this case, that gives you a +2 advantage on initiative rolls.
Okay.
Anybody else not have an advantage? All right. Other equipment that you guys are going to pick up before you leave?
I've picked up a few things.
Okay.
Just
Anything?
let you know, they're all pretty low level stuff except for the armor. So
Okay.
I picked up liquor, I picked up rope, I picked up opera glasses, and I picked up a tinderbox.
A tinderbox, did you say?
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Perfect. Other equipment. Everybody got the equipment that they want to get?
I picked up a lamp, hurricane lamp, and a rope ladder.
Okay. Those of you who have it, give me a quick learning test.
Learning.
Mm-hmm.
I ignore.
This is learning logic 1. So what does that mean? I roll 1 die?
1 6-sided.
Yeah, 1 6-sided die.
No, because you got to add in when you.
Oh,
do
you
it,
add in your
so
attributes.
you add in logic as well. So it's 5. Yeah.
I ignore conditions, by the way.
So 3.
You can do.
I have knowledge is reinsuring, and so I ignore conditions when making learning tests.
Ah, perfect. Those are fear conditions.
Yeah, you don't have any yet, though.
You know, yeah, you haven't acquired them. All right. So
And in a library or looking at books, I get a +2.
okay. This is
Does that mean all my
investigating
dice? Yeah, go ahead.
since you are using the library at Rose Hill, or Rose House, I'm sorry,
Yep.
then you would get +2 more dice. So go ahead and roll 2 more.
Oh, 2 more dice. That's what the +2 is.
Now, Dr. Gertrude, you've taken the opportunity after you acquire laudanum. No additional since after you acquire laudanum, wow, look at that. You do a little bit of researching in the library at Rose House, and you do find that St. Bees is definitely a fishing village in Cumbria. You hadn't heard of it before, and it was originally named after Saint Bega, who was an Irish princess who was shipwrecked on the Cumbrian coast in the 7th century, about 1,200 years ago. Professor, Professor Ostrid, you go in and you have a little bit more familiarity with the library at Rose House, and you do find that there is some local folklore there about what they call what natives or people who live there have talked about as the daughter of the northern seas, who used to be sighted by fishermen out of St. Bees and accepted offerings in return for plentiful bounty. Now, one of the things that you do notice is St. Bees historically has been quite a successful little fishing village. And some of the old folklore suggests that this daughter of the northern seas is some sort of maybe minor deity or something like that that needs to be placated in order to ensure bountiful fishing.
Okay.
But that's all you really learn in there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. The next day proves to be cold and dreary as the carriage approaches. It is a large carriage, but rather rudimentarily made. So while it will seat all 6 of you and the driver and the driver's assistant up top, and include all your baggage, it is not super comfortable, especially when you're looking at a day and a half's worth of travel. Frankly, getting to the Old Fellows Inn in Keswick looks quite good only minutes after you begin.
No shock absorbers. This is much earlier.
It's in the 1890s, so it is. There are shock absorbers. It's a standard wagon. The horses, but it's not an expensive wagon. So it's rough and ready. Big enough, but not entirely super comfortable. There are some cushions and things, and there are shock absorbers on the wagon to try and lighten the load. But this path is not. You guys are in the north of England, halfway between Manchester and Glasgow, Scotland. The roads are rough here. There's not many people living here. There's a lot, but nevertheless, the trip proves generally decent. You guys have plenty of material with you. The road is hilly and rough, and it's cold out, so it penetrates the rather airy walls and of the wagon itself. The carriage doors. However, it's clear, and when you as you travel, you can see that the landscape, while stark, is quite pleasant, and it gets and as you get closer to Keswick, and night falls, because it is in the wintertime, in December, the cloud clears quite a bit, and you can see quite a bit of stars. It's actually quite beautiful. The constellations and stars quite visible as you travel, and quite beautiful indeed. Soon you find yourself in the outskirts of Keswick, and you head straight for the inn there, the Oddfellows Inn, which has a reputation for both conviviality and for the quality of their ales.
Yay!
So this is the route.
Okay, so this is the Oddfellows Inn, though.
The Oddfellows Inn in
Not
Keswick.
The Siren Song Inn from the article.
No, that's from St. The Siren Song is in St. Bees.
Yeah. Okay.
You stop in for the night, and you are welcomed by the publican, who is very pleased to see you. His name is Reg Sumner, and he welcomes you in, having heard that you guys will be staying and at the Oddfellows Inn, and he welcomes you, saying your arrangements are already made. There are rooms available, made ready for you, and there's a few guys kind of hanging around in the bar area, sort of thing. But you are welcomed, given a quick draft of port quite quickly to settle you in. Porters grab your bags out of the cart and begin taking them upstairs. And Reg says, "Would you like to sit down? I'm sure it has been a tiring day. We can have food and drink brought to you in the meeting, or you can avail yourself of our bar, which is we're very proud of." And he sort of gestures backwards to all the bottles of wines and whiskeys that they have.
Oh, don't mind if I do.
Yeah, don't mind I do, Blake.
I see that you have
Hello.
I see that you have a beautiful aged
I
Macallan.
can push back a couple pints.
If you could see an aged Macallan there, I'd be shocked.
Oh!
This is another AI generated thing, but they did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
But yes, if
I,
you scotch they have in quantity.
I know it's quite late, but I'd like a tea if I may.
Of course.
Astrid,
Governor, you'll be driving tonight.
Astrid would ask for a vodka with 1 ice cube.
All right.
But she would also nurse it so carefully that it's not clear that she's drinking at all.
Gotcha. All right. So she's not pounding down shots of vodka
No,
to see what happens. Okay.
But she feels that it's important to have a drink
All right.
in her hand. Well,
A brandy is very salubrious.
she likes being underestimated, and thinking that she's maybe been drinking is a good example.
Gotcha. Well, so Reg basically he introduces you to his wife Peg. She's in and out of the kitchen. Apparently, the head cook, and very quickly she brings out bowls of trenchers of hot bread, fresh out of the oven. There's a stew that's been made with local goat and deer meat. But they've said we've got other things as well. We have steaks and chops and chickens and whatnot. So you can get whatever you want. You get a quick taste of whatever she brings out, and it's quite delicious. And she's happy to make, if you have specific dietary requirements, she's happy to address them. There are only other 4 people in the Oddfellows Inn. Sarah Jenkins, who sort of waves to tips from a younger woman, who
You in relation to Leroy?
Leroy Jenkins. I don't know that she's like, I have not. She doesn't speak much. You could see that she's sitting at a table sort of over by the fire, and she's got a bunch of papers and quills.
Kind of laughs.
She's got quills and papers all sort of spread out, and she sort of gestures generally in your direction, as in greeting, and then goes back to her writing. There's a Gregory Banks, who is a local shepherd, has a sheep farm down the road, and appears to be quite successful. There's Sam Ricketts, who is a gentleman. He's sitting at a table. He looks a bit threadbare, but seems to be putting on some airs as a gentleman, sitting quite close to where Sarah is, and tends to exert, I don't know, a paternal concern, or a romantic interest less about her, but is sort of keeping his distance for whatever reason. And then Jerry Garrity, who is also a local, and who is definitely having, this is not his first scotch that he is destined. It has a bit of slur in his words, as he very boisterously says hello to you all as you come in and sit down.
You said Samuel Ricketts is a tailor?
Well, he's not a tailor. He's a bit threadbare. His clothing seems to on first glance, his clothing seems to seems to accommodate the Victorian norm. But as you sort of look over to him, you can see that his cravat is a bit sort of loose. His collars are a bit yellow at the edges. His cuffs are a bit shiny with wear, a little bit threadbare. It gives you the impression that he might be putting on airs a bit. He also gives you the impression that he's there for Sarah, but Sarah doesn't seem to be paying him much attention.
Perhaps he wants to make a name for himself or find his fortune so that he can,
It's
take care of
possible.
her.
And everyone seems hale and healthy. No one coughing.
Yeah, they don't seem to be they're not coughing or anything. Nobody seems sick. Other than maybe the occasional from the coal smoke from their sculleries.
Where,
But
I forget. What town we in Keswick?
you guys are in Keswick right now, which is a town. It's larger than St. Bees, but it's not quite as large as Penrith. Penrith where you guys were from, where you guys traveled from, is probably what would be the equivalent in the region to a county seat. There are governmental offices there. The Queen's constables are there. That kind of thing. Keswick is a smaller. It's still a fairly. I would say it's
a high street.
It has a high street. Yeah, absolutely. But it's a smaller town, primarily agricultural, your guess is. I mean, one of the primary people that you run into here is a shepherd, a sheep farmer. And so, that would be agricultural pursuits would be the primary avocation of the people of Keswick.
Quick roll 20 question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's avatars down below is huge for me. How do you make those smaller? I was looking in.
Go to the gear on the upper right-hand area.
Yep.
Go to personalization display.
Yep.
And then where is it?
I think it's under video.
Oh yeah, it's under video, audio, video.
Okay.
And then video display.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got it.
And then do names only under player audio video size.
Got it. Okay. Yep. Great. Thank you.
Get it?
Yeah. They've moved stuff around since I left.
They did, yeah. and you're right, Gwen. It was under video now.
Super. Thanks. Thank you.
Can we chat up? Go ahead.
As I was going to say, so I buy a glass of the finest whiskey he has, both for myself and for my niece, Cressida.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, my niece, Cressida, and commenced to having a conversation with the owner of the bar.
With Reg, okay, yeah, no, Reg is like absolutely. So it takes him a minute to fetch the bottle and blow the dust off. We don't get much call for this, but I'm glad to see somebody has some taste. Comes over and brings over 3 glasses and avails himself of one, a smaller draft than he does for you guys. But I hope you won't mind. I'd love to. It's rare that I get a chance to taste this whiskey, so I thought I'd take the opportunity. Enjoy it. Of course, he's not charging you for it.
My
For
pleasure.
his glass.
For his glass, right?
Raise the glass.
So he is. So on your way to St. Bees, are you? I heard we heard that there was terrible crime down there.
Yesterday.
A week ago.
What have you heard, fine sir?
Well, so as you could aware, we all knew Tim Roebuck. He'd come here infrequently sometimes, but he would come up the avenue once in a while. Pretty much for supplies. We would get his supplies that he used, some of the pigments and things that he used to compile his paints, would come through Penrith, and they would stop here. They wouldn't go all the way to St. Bees. So occasionally he would come up and pick up supplies and things of that nature. Wonderful young man, quite young for such an accomplished painter, which makes his death that much sadder.
Yes,
he had such promise. We have one of his paintings, and he sort of points over to the other side of the wall, and you can see very small painting about. It's a watercolor. The painting it's in a wooden frame that had been obviously painted gold and highlighted and stuff like that. The painting itself is maybe 6 by 10 inches, framed and matted in the frame, hanging on the wall. He says we have one of his paintings. It is one of he did a great most of his work was focused on either the ocean or landscapes of the region around St. Bees. He really took to the area when he moved in several years ago. Really did it. Lately, my understanding is he's been painting a lot more seascapes and things of that nature. He's really focused on things. We have one of his older paintings. It's a landscape. It's quite beautiful. Please, by all means, take a look at it.
I do. I walk up closely to it and I examine it very closely. I have some experience with the art world, being the wealthy gentleman that I am.
Well, he comes up next to you and he's like, "Ah, it's quite beautiful, quite haunting, really."
Can I make an observation check?
Sure, and I would recommend that Cressida do so as well.
Okay, Cressida, make an observation check. Okay, so you have, yeah, no, you do. It's one of your skills, remember? So what do you have as an observation bonus? Okay, so you don't have a bonus, but you're gonna roll. You do have what did you have on logic? A 4, I think. So you're 4. So you're gonna go here and open that up, the dice, and you're gonna change that to 4. Change, yep, and just nope, and just hit roll. There you go. And
All right, 1-6. So that was Cressida did that? Yep.
and then I'm gonna do mine.
Okay.
All right. I'm here somewhere. Oh, no. Here. Give me 1 second. I gotta pull myself up again.
While they're sorting that out, is there anything the rest of you do besides enjoy your dinners and drinks?
I'm listening to everything going on and
Okay.
drinking my tea. When everyone goes up to retire, I do want to look at the picture now. Do you want me to go ahead and do my roll now?
Sure. If there's something specific you're trying to determine from it, or just an observation roll, either one of those would be fine.
Observation roll right now.
Doctor, professor, what about you guys?
1-6.
Astrid would love to approach Gregory Banks, the sheep farmer. She's very interested in his maybe knowledge of what's going on at
Okay.
the Lowbridge farm,
Oh, no,
and
that was not the right roll.
and the loss of the 3 sheep there.
Wrong.
And has he suffered any losses like this?
The Black Spectre thing.
That was right. Yeah.
So go ahead, and I think it's I don't have,
Oh.
they don't.
Fine piece of work, that. Fine piece of work, sir. But I don't roll any 6s, so
We don't see anything.
Okay.
Preston's looking at it.
Yeah.
You tap me on the
Okay.
shoulder.
So roll for me, Astrid. Roll for me in this case, I think it would be either a manipulation or an investigation check to try and extract this information out of him.
I think
All right. So
investigation is what I'll go with.
all right, Cressida. So you got a 6. So as you're looking at the painting, you feel something emanating from the painting itself. You're not sure what it is. It doesn't feel malevolent, but there's an unearthly kind of sense to the pigments, to the paint, especially as you look at the painting, the spot. The painting itself seems reasonably pedestrian of content. It's obviously a seascape. There are some rocks in one area. A gray setting sun in the distance. It's quite well done, quite beautiful. But there seems to be something unearthly in this painting. Something about this place, perhaps, is has a. It's very meaningful in a way that mere paint isn't doing all the expressing.
Can my crystal ball tell me something?
It's possible, sure. You want to try it? You want to bust out a crystal ball right there in the bar room, or?
I don't know. Probably not. Probably not.
I don't know. You can probably do it.
Go for it, actually.
About like pulling out your iPhone.
I did under the table.
There you go. Oh, you could probably do that surreptitiously if you want to try something like that. It'd probably be some sort of investigation or something like that.
Fool of a toque.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, put it into like a hat.
Fool of a
All right, Astrid, you're at first your bon mots seem to be expected, but the moment you start talking about sheep, and when you mention the Black Spectre, he kind of shuts down. Still polite, but seems dismissive. Oh, that there's nothing to that, and then kind of goes back to his whiskey.
Astrid pretends to take a sip of her drink and walks off. Thanking him.
One of these.
Thanking him, but you know.
Reg is like, why is all this booze on the floor? What happened here? All right, Henry rolled. You rolled a 6 when you go to take
Yeah.
a look at that. You remember that your former master, who now his son, essentially you had been servant to this man for a long
Let's
period of
call
time.
him my former lord, not master.
Former lord, okay. Well, I mean, it's not like you're a slave, but they
That's
still
what
called
I'm
them masters, didn't they? But
No, lord, my lord.
my lord, your former lord ultimately died, and that's largely what caused you to be a former servant.
Retired
Yeah,
servant.
yeah. The new guy, the guy who took the title, he had his own guys, he had his own servants, and while you were treated with very much respect, it was pretty much given that you were given the idea. It was like, maybe it's time to retire.
Time for me to go.
Yeah, we don't need a valet of your maturity around here anymore. That said, you can remember the son talking about a couple of instances where one of his friends was an artist that you recall, and you remember him talking about a watercolorist in the north who had done just these splendid kind of things. And this is only a couple of years ago that you remember him having this conversation. So to your eyes, you think that maybe this Tim Roebuck guy's fame extends potentially as far south as London or Sheffield.
Okay. That would coincide with the paper talking them up.
Jane, as you surreptitiously, as Cressida surreptitiously sleeps out her thing and begins to sort of scry on the painting itself, you can see within the crystal ball. You can see the painting itself. You could see the painting, but it's not the painting. Suddenly it transmogrifies in your crystal ball to an actual coastline. You can see the waves flowing back and forth, splashing, on the rocks. Even a seabird kind of hoves in and out of what you're seeing through the crystal ball. But even more so, you get that same feeling of unearthliness. And out in the ocean, far out in the thing where you can see, you have to squint to see it, but your eyes are drawn to it, and you can see what looks to be two eyes sort of looking above the ocean and looking at you. And you get the specific feeling that those eyes are looking at you. And then the feeling is gone. The scene is gone.
Put it away. Put it away. Foolish girl.
You couldn't make out what it was, but what you could see, out in the ocean, what you thought you saw, you're sure you saw, was something sort of peering at you not from underneath the water, but sort of mostly immersed, partially above the water, so that it was like a set of eyes, almost like it's not Where's Waldo, what is it? Kilroy was here kind of thing, where it's kind of looking at you. You couldn't tell what it was, but it didn't strike you as a fish.
Do you whisper anything to me?
Does anybody else see it or just me?
Well, you're looking in your crystal
Well, you're the only one who looks through your crystal ball, I'm assuming.
You can tell any of us.
No, I don't tell anybody. I keep it to myself.
Okay.
I'm not sure why.
Why? No,
I don't know.
but we're working together. So anything that you
All
see,
right.
like you might
Well,
not mention it to the
I'll
others.
tell
but
my
you know.
uncle. I'll tell my uncle.
You whisper in my
Uncle,
ear what you
What's
see.
his name? Roger
Yeah.
said.
And I ask, if you look more closely at the painting, Cressida, do you see the same thing in the painting? And do you have a magnifying glass?
You're not.
Well, we can say it.
The professor does.
Okay.
Ask
Professor, may we borrow your magnifying glass?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, fine sir. We borrow the magnifying glass. I hand it to
Yeah.
Cressida. You take a look through the magnifying glass.
I take a
Paint it.
look, and it matches.
Does it? Well, no. we
Flavor.
never know.
I don't
So
know.
you take the magnifying glass, and you're still receiving that feeling of unearthliness off of the painting. You look at you remember, you very specifically remember the location of where those eyeballs are, and you focus your magnifying glass on the painting right there. But
Mm.
no eyes are apparent in the painting. But by looking at the painting again, you definitely feel like that this is a painting of a real place.
Got it. No, are there any specific landmarks that we can see in the painting? Like
Just some craggly rocks off to the side, which but that's fairly common on the northern British coast. The sarsen stones in the water. There's often places that have stones of this kind of nature that stud the thing. The northern England coast of the Irish Sea is not a place of warm sand and sunny beaches.
Uh, do any of you fine gentlemen and ladies have any artistic skills? Anyone? No?
No.
Okay, so I quietly approach the colonel quietly approaches the owner of the bar and says,
Mhm. Another whiskey, sir?
Certainly.
Ah,
That would be
brilliant.
welcome. And buy yourself another one as well, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. He's certainly figuring that he's making his rent tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I ask him, sir, I'm sure that this is a beloved part of
Excuse
your
me.
life, but we're actually on our way to St. Bees, and that painting, that area of the coast looks so beautiful.
Oh yes. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, it's an actual your Colonel, your eye is spectacular. Have you been to St. Bees? I can't believe you would know this. But yes, it is the coast. This was it's colloquially referred to, at least my understanding, is referred to as Tim's Beach, where I mentioned earlier that young Roebuck, the artist, has been doing great many seascapes lately. Colloquially, we've heard that he often goes to a single beach, which is quite close to the village, but as a flat sandy area, which is much more conducive to him being able to set up his easel and whatnot. But he does great many seascapes of this place. This is an angle off of that beach. You have an excellent eye, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I have a question for you.
Sure, of course.
Okay, we're on our way to St. Bees, and I would love to see where this exact painting was made. How would you feel if we borrowed the painting from you for just a few days, and we promised to return it? And in fact, I will leave you this gold medallion as a guarantee that we will return the painting to you, sir.
Very unorthodox. But I could see that you are. I could see. Are you stabbing somebody, Aaron?
No, no.
Okay.
What I did. I'm listening. My character wouldn't do anything what's going on here anyway.
Okay.
So I've created a character sheet in roll 20 for this, but I'm just playing.
Gotcha. Okay. So he would say that's quite unorthodox. Under normal circumstances, I would say absolutely not. This is a treasured piece of work, and especially now that young Roebuck has passed on to the great beyond. It's even more valuable to me. However, in light of current events, and if you feel it would be helpful, but with hope, this will help you to solve this terrible crime and resolve it amenably. Yes,
I assume you're assuming that we explained to him why we were on our way to.
Oh no, yeah, he's aware. Sorry, he was here when the carriage came through St. Bees. He's familiar with the inspector, the detective inspector. He knows why. He has a general idea that you guys are going to St. Bees to help the inspector, but that's an inference, right? He hasn't seen the note or anything like that. But he does know that the detective inspector sent a cart to go pick you guys up in Penrith and bring you back. So he's assuming that it's some sort of constabulary thing.
Yeah, I say, do you know anybody who was great friends with do you know of anybody who was great friends of the artist? Or anybody that the artist had any issues with?
Oh, issues? I would have to say I don't think there was a single soul in all of St. Bees and most of Keswick that would consider that you could certainly he had no enemies. Everyone loved the young man. He was not only a talented artist, but quite a he was quite shy, and an artist's temperament, of course. But I can't think of a single soul who didn't think kindly of the young man. He was such a genuine person and eminently likable. I can't think of a single person who disliked him. If there was any tumult in the young man's life, it was probably from a surfeit of attention from, shall we say, his female students, a lot of which he rebuffed. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he did rebuff many of his students. Yeah, oftentimes, um, students would come from as far away as Penrith, from as far away, in some cases even of Manchester and Wales, and it's natural. He's a young, handsome, talented man. It's natural for his younger female students to put him on a pedestal, so to speak. To my knowledge, he never took any undue liberties with any of his students. Frankly, I think having known the man as much as I did, which is not quite very much, but honestly, I can't imagine him ever getting into the sort of trouble that you described. Certainly nothing that would result in his death.
Sounds like a fine young man. A fine
Oh,
young
indeed,
man.
indeed, he
And
was.
we must provide whatever assistance we can to discover what happened to him. Are any of your current clientele, were any of them friendly with him?
He kind of looks around and he says, to be honest, unlikely. These people, I mean, it's possible that and he'll actually go over and sort of turn and sort of yell out to Jerry. Jerry, did you know the young Roebuck from St. Bees, the artist? He's like, I met him one time. I didn't think much of it. I'm not much for painting, He seemed like a nice enough fellow. And and the local shepherd, he kind of, Reg kind of looks over to the shepherd. He's like, Greg, do you know any of did you know him? He's like, no, I didn't. We didn't run the same circles. It's not our thing. You do notice though, over thing, and when Reg yells out, did you know young Roebuck? Because most of the conversation that you've been having has sort of been at your table and various things. But you do notice that Peg, or I'm sorry, Sarah, the woman who's writing over by the fire, does take a pause and sort of look over when Reg yells out and sort of looks back at her work after that.
Great. So we noticed that when I asked. I quietly walk over to the young lady, just ambling over.
Okay.
And I say, young lady, my name is Colonel Rogerson Leckett. What is your name?
She looks up at you with cool, a cool expression on her face, and if you sort of like look over, and you can see that the guy who was sort of sitting nearby but not with her, the Sam guy, absolutely at attention. He's watching everything. She looks over at you coolly and she says, "Well, I know who you are, Colonel. You could hardly think for all the announcements and things that were going on when you guys entered. I can't imagine that I don't know all of your names, your backgrounds, and everything about you, except for maybe those quiet ones over there. If you'll excuse me, Colonel, my name is Miss Jenkins, and I'm trying to get some work done here, as you can see."
I look down at the papers, see if I can see anything with them.
It looks like verse. It looks like she's writing poetry. You can see, and it definitely looks like work in progress. It's some sort of verse. It's a little bit hard to tell because she's sort of scrabbling things down. There's crossouts. There's places where she's sort of erased things and wrote new things, and some of it is pretty obscured. But it looks like looks like poetry.
I say, madam, I'm so sorry to disturb your poetry writing, but I did notice when I was speaking to, what's the name of the owner of the bar again?
Reg.
When I was speaking to Reg, and he happened to yell out about this poor artist who was murdered, that you did look over. And it made me wonder, did you perhaps know the artist?
I did not. I'm not. I'm not. I don't. I neither understand nor appreciate paintings. Words are my work, and I accept your apology. And then she turns again and goes back to her work.
Yeah, can I use would it be a vigilance check to
What are you? Well, what are you trying to
lie?
do?
Trying to figure out if she's lying.
Ah, gotcha. I would probably say observation, maybe.
Yeah, because I can
Uh,
do that too. And I gotta, that's my, one of my,
That's
what
one
do
of
you
your,
call it? Advantages?
yeah, one of your
Advantages.
advantage. Yeah.
So
You can
one
do
of the
that.
things I got to ask a question here regarding this.
Sure.
I've been playing with the things. I'm rolling 8 die, 1 die. I'm not sure if I'm ruling properly, but the sense motive is a +2 if someone's hiding something or lying.
Yeah, so
So
you'd roll up, you'd add observation
Mhm.
to you'd add observation to empathy plus your +2.
Right.
all right, hold on a minute. So that's where it comes up with the modifiers.
Yeah, your
So
modifier is the +2. Just put that modifier.
okay.
Yep.
So observation,
Yeah, so just click on observation, and when the
Got it.
modifier pops up, put +2.
right?
Yeah.
Got
and
it.
it'll add it all for you.
All right, and that's that. So
There you go. All right. 3 dice. You got 1 6.
No, that's not right.
That's not.
Not adding correctly. No.
Oh, you're right. It's not.
Yeah, not it. So I would just add. What do you have for observation?
1,
You got a 1, and what's your empathy? What's
Your empathy attribute. Yeah. Hold on. I can find it.
Empathy's up
Empathy.
to top
Yeah. It's like your base. It's like a.
0.
attribute.
All right, no, then it is.
That is right then.
For a 1
Yeah, that's
plus
right.
2. So you would actually be, even though I'm not trained in well, actually I am trained in observation. So you will only actually get 3 dice. I would get 4 if I roll.
Yeah,
come
but he still got
the-
you still got a success.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still got a success. So in this specific
Mhm.
instance, Doug's character Aaron is sensing motive. Okay, Colonel, you get a 6 too. So Aaron, you get the definitive impression that she's probably lying, but she's also unlikely to sort of spill her guts without some pretty significant impetus. From your point of view, Colonel, your guessing is that this is a woman who's in the zone when it comes to her work, and she's irked at being disturbed. And by being disturbed, it's probably the commotion of 6 brand new people showing up at this inn, but also being approached at all. One of the things that you also get, Colonel, is as you're sort of like leaning over to this woman, and she's very dismissive. She's like, "I accept your apology.
Beat it.
We're done talking." Yeah. You look over and you can see that the guy that's over, is like a table away, 2 tables away. Sam has a small pistol tucked into his waistcoat.
Oh, do I observe that too?
And he's looking-
You're trying to sense her motives. He's doing observation. He's closer.
and
So he hasn't pulled it or anything, but you do see that he has one. And it's sort of tucked way back in his waistband. It doesn't look.
would this be a common
Special.
thing in this area for people to go around packing heat?
It wouldn't be uncommon, especially people who traveled quite a bit would likely to have some sort of weapon on them. So not uncommon. Certainly, it wouldn't be prohibited. But it's
Kurt?
more than anything, you just notice that he has one.
Colonel, during our travels, you know that I have one.
Yep. Um.
But she seems quite dismissive. She's like, I'm done with this conversation. Your apology is accepted. You can go back to whatever you're doing, that kind of thing. And she's actually back focused, and you could see her writing. You see her. There's a point where the last stuff that she writes, she looks back at it, and she shakes her head a little bit and sort of scratches it out and begins writing anew.
All right. So I head back over to the bar and I call the others over and I mention that I think she was not being honest. I speak very quietly, that she was not being honest with me, but also that the gentleman sitting near her seemed to take great interest in my my approaching Sarah. And I asked the bar, and I mentioned it to the bartender as well. And I asked the bartender, any idea what that could be about?
Oh, you mean give me a manipulation check.
All right, you got it.
And what? So the rest of you have been pretty quiet. While he's cooking up those dice, what are the rest of you? Doctor, you've been suspiciously quiet. What are you doing?
Well, I was imagining that she would take Dr. Gertrude would take her brandy and she would go sit by the fire.
Okay.
And really try to engage Sarah, but just to sort of, well, enjoy the fire, enjoy her brandy, and
Okay.
you know, possibly be there in case she did want to say something.
Okay. She
Good
seems
knockout.
pretty focused on her work. And when you come and you sit, she does acknowledge you with a nod, but she doesn't speak. As you guys are at the bar, you do notice that Sam Ricketts, the guy who's sitting by her, sort of looks over at her table and then stands up, goes over, and without saying anything, picks up her glass. She has a wine glass on the table. Picks it up, makes his way over to the bar, away from you guys, the other side of the bar. Waves over the bartender, Greg, not Greg, and whatever his name is, I can't remember. Jerry, and waves him over and then orders another glass, pays for it, and then goes back over to where she's working. And she has not lifted her head at this time. And he just sort of sets the glass right where it was before and goes back to his table and sits down. Don, you have a question.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm sipping my tea, just observing quietly. I have a theory that Sam has possibly a romantic inclination towards Sarah, which is not reciprocated. Barring that, my second theory is that he might be a sibling actually and very protective of her. But my first theory is the romantic inclination, and he's jealous of any attention that others pay to her. Can I do an observation for that?
Absolutely.
So it's observation plus empathy, so it's 5 for me. Nope.
No sixes. Yeah, you can't tell. I mean,
Yeah, I can't tell.
Could be either. But with so little information, it's difficult to tell.
Okay.
Right. And the doctor didn't notice, he didn't do anything funny to the drink. Like he didn't.
Give me an observation check. Empathy plus observation.
1, 2.
And Astrid is interested in whether,
Should have done 2, so I'll do another 1, 2, just in case. Okay, well.
I'll go for it.
Sorry.
That's good.
So yes, you did. You were suspicious and thought that there might be some sort of drugging going on, but as far as you saw, you did not see any sort of manipulation or any sort of tinctures or powders go into the drink. I mean, he went to the bar. The bartender poured the wine. He brought the glass back over. It was fairly simple. So there didn't seem to be any chicanery there.
Astrid,
Well, could I walk over to Sarah and sit down and say, "Can I see what you're writing?" Very forward, but let's see what she says.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Sure. I would say do a
Manipulation.
Yeah, manipulation check or yeah, something like that.
I'll be watching Sam Ricketts while she does this.
Okay.
Hold on.
Give me an observation when you get a chance.
I'm trying to pull this thing out.
So it would be empathy plus manipulation.
Yeah.
And this will be opposed.
Can I get another observation check on Sam since new information is coming?
Advantage +1 when looking for one die when looking for something specific.
Ah, 2 6s this time.
This thing is what's this doing?
Okay. So Henry, you definitely think now, after a little bit of observation and taking a look again, you definitely think that this is romantic, not familial.
Not sibling.
Yeah.
And
He's exhibiting all the characteristics that you might associate with a hopeless simp.
yeah, unrequited.
Well, yeah. I mean, so the weird part is
She's kind to him, but
she hasn't actually said anything to him. He went up, got her wine, replaced her glass. She didn't even acknowledge it. So you get the impression that maybe she is potentially taking advantage of his his love struckness to sort of get a sort of de facto servant.
Question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So if Jane were to take the additional role, does she automatically get, what do they call them, the condition?
Oh, yes. So she would get, so I forget how this works, but let me check. Yeah, you get either a physical, for empathy, basically you would get a mental condition, right? So
but that's regardless of whether she succeeds or fails?
Correct.
Okay. Are you willing to take a risk that you get a condition on this to roll again and see if you get information?
Mental condition?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll take
Okay,
that.
so she's gonna roll again.
Okay.
So hit the roll. Let's see what happens. Come on, get a 6, please. Oh.
Wow.
She got a 6.
You got a 6. Okay, so you succeeded.
All right. So this was an opposed roll. So I rolled, got a 6 as well. So when you do you sit down right at her table?
Even. So it was 1 6.
First I introduced myself and I asked may I sit down, I suppose, and I sit down with her and I asked to see her poetry. Yeah.
She looks at you at first. At first, she looks a little exasperated, and then she sighs. She's like, "It becomes apparent that I'm going to be unable to avoid questions from your family this evening." And she sort of puts her thing down, and she sort of smiles, and she's like, "But as long as you're here, I suppose it wouldn't be terrible for you to read some verse." And she sort of turns around the pages she's working on and slides it across the table.
I read it.
All right. Well, it seems pretty good. I mean, it's obviously a work in progress of a larger piece, but you know, it's quite good.
What do you say to her?
Oh, I love your poetry. Suppose I tell her I love her poetry. And is it about somebody in particular?
The poem is more, it's a more of a pastoral poem, describing a place more than anything. It's quite flowery, but the language she uses is clear, and but at the same time you can tell that when you say I like it, you know, that kind of thing. She seems a little dubious, I guess, because you get the impression that she thinks it's not very good yet. So she even says, that she slides the paper back. She says, "Well, it's still a work in progress. Obviously, there's a great deal of work to do before I can publish. This is my next volume."
Would you want Jane to roll another manipulation after she said that to see if she?
Well, I'd also like to say to her, I'd love to see more.
Well, she goes, "I've published 2 volumes of works that are widely available under my own name. Are you interested in poetry, or have you heard of my work before?"
Yes, I'm kind of a poet myself.
Really? And she becomes more interested then. Have you published?
No, all unpublished work.
Well, give me a quick manipulation roll.
Right, so same thing. So roll a d6. Roll 66. Yeah. Yeah, and you get it. Roll.
roll?
No, it didn't. Hold on. Yeah, we're having roll 20 is getting a little funky for us.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got it. Look at it. There we go.
Oh, 2 6s. All right. Well, she says, well, um, if you're interested, I'd be willing to read some of your poetry, and if you'd be interested in a critique, I'd be happy to provide that.
Sure, I'd love to do that.
I will be. She begins sort of gathering up her stuff and says, "I'll be staying here for the next week to 10 days. Perhaps on your way back through."
I would love that. I can't wait to show you what I've written.
I look forward to it. With that, I apologize, but I'm feeling quite weary. I must depart. And she gathers up her stuff, nods to you, bids you a pleasant evening, and heads up the stairs. Sam does not follow. He sort of, at that point when she leaves, he sort of leans back in his chair and glowers a little bit, but he doesn't say anything to you guys or anybody else. You did not get from an occult standpoint. You did not get the vibe that, I mean, the vibe you got was that she was largely just sort of trying to do some work, and kept getting interrupted, and she was going increasingly annoyed and became sort of capitulated to the idea that this was,
Not getting anything done today.
I'm not getting anything done today. As far as from Doug, your point of view, she definitely was hiding something, and you get the impression that maybe she wasn't when I mean, you focused in on the idea that she had said that she wasn't interested in art and didn't know the man. That probably, in your opinion, was probably not entirely true.
I said to my niece, I come over and I tap her on I pat her on the shoulder and I say, here, niece. Very good of you to befriend that young woman. I know how difficult this last year has been for you, and that it's been a long time since you've made new friends. Very nice. I hope you will show her your poetry.
Suck it up, Buttercup. No, I didn't say
It's one of
that.
the things I most love about you.
Yes, I do. I hope I do.
So is there anything else you guys want to do here at the Oddfellows Inn tonight? Generally speaking, Sam hangs out for about an hour, finishes his own drink, and then departs. Everybody around 10-ish, everybody starts sort of departing. These are agricultural people. They have to be back up at the crack of dawn. So, there's that. And, certainly Reg is willing to hang out as long as you're buying, but honestly, it's probably you don't feel like you feel like you've gotten as much, unless you have other specific questions that you want to ask Reg or Peg, or Jerry, the bartender. Everybody's sort of winding it down.
So nobody's really drunk at this point.
No, nobody's. I mean, it's a sort of a weekday, so nobody's like getting hammered. They came in for a tipple and perhaps dinner, and they're sort of making their way back to their homes in town.
Okay.
Does Sarah live at the inn?
It looks like she's staying here. She had mentioned that you'd overheard her talking with Cressida, and she mentioned that she was going to be staying here for another week, perhaps 10 days, before moving on. So it's possible that she's traveling to and from somewhere, and had just stopped here. Although she mentioned that she was going to be staying in this inn. So it's possible that she finds inspiration here, or maybe it doesn't sound like she free servant. It doesn't sound like she's from here, though.
Sam left the inn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he finished his
That's
drink not long after Sarah went upstairs.
Sarah went up, she left.
Sam finished his drink and walked out. He never said anything to anybody.
Okay. So my dear, I think it is time for my Betty bye.
Good night.
Okay.
I'm going to go up to my room, and I will see you at breakfast in the morning.
Good night.
All right. Unless anybody has anything else that they want to do in the bar room?
Nope.
Nope. All right. You guys eventually repair to your own rooms. They're quite comfortable, in a sort of rustic way, but comfortable and warm, very much keeping the chill outside. The next day, You wake up, there are rashers of bacon and fresh biscuits and eggs for everyone, including a small dram of port wine from last night's cooking that you have to take it out to take the chill off, as Reg says. But very soon the wagon is ready to take you to St. B's.
Excellent. Quick
It-
bio break.
Oh yeah. Let's take a quick break. It's been we're 2 hours in. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
It's a bio break.
Biology.
Yeah.
Biology break.
It's called a
A
bio-
pea.
Yeah.
Okay.
See you shortly.
All right. So those of you who are still here while we're on break, what do you guys think so far?
Good.
That's good.
Okay.
Keep
So
an eye
I-
on the clock
good.
though. It's a one shot. We have to keep things moving.
I got
Yeah.
it. Totally get it.
We can't tell how much we should be squeezing out of these people. So
Right.
so I don't know if we got 90% of what we're supposed to get or 10% of what's available. We didn't
Well-
roll like a lot of 3 6s, right? So that would make me feel better.
Although it's interesting to think that you can roll, you can roll 6 dice and have no.
That's right.
No
six.
insight. Yeah.
Happened to
So,
me a few times.
yeah.
To Don's point, I guess what this is a one shot. How late were you planning on going?
Well, I'm gonna go, and I'm willing to go until we finish. But I know that some people on the East Coast don't necessarily on a Monday night don't necessarily have that kind of option. So
Well,
I was thinking until 10:30 or
well,
11.
and that's to the point when I compare this to the game that we played at Gen Con.
Mhm.
By the time 2 hours had gone by, we were already in the thick of the adventure.
Yeah.
That we were
Well, we
supposed to be
did-
doing.
We had to take a moment to start up, so we didn't really get into the adventure
I
till
know
about
that.
7:40. So
So I'm just saying, I guess this is a kind of to Don's point and maybe to Gwen's and point and such about how much how much we are expected to glean from this going on in the bar,
this interaction,
kind of thing. Because quite frankly, we didn't find, to my knowledge, except for making acquaintances and that kind of thing, we didn't really find anything about trying to find this Vaesen, that we're supposed to be investigating. So
Josh found the painting and Jane found eyeballs, like something in the water staring back. But the thing is, we don't know.
And that was of where we're going bees, right? That's
Right,
that's not
beach.
because we're in Keswick, but we're interested in where we're going next.
Right, so that might be like a good place to to
And that's what the painting's of.
right. But also it's a little bit like we have like sort of two.
And he managed to grab it, which is great.
Yeah, we have 2 hints, right? So we have this funky, the eyeballs in the painting.
Yeah.
Which suggests the Vaesen element, right? But then also the sort of the gossip of like, well, he's got like all these girls that, he's teaching. And so there could be some sort of a motive, like a human motive, jealousy or, something like that. And the throat being cut seems like an odd,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem very monstrous. So
No.
but there's something odd happening that the detective called for the society to investigate.
That's right.
So, yeah.
We're back.
All true.
okay. All right. We all back?
Yep.
Okay.
All back.
We'll just jump right back in. All right, so you guys get started. The wagon is kind of rollicking down there. It is a cold, dreary, rainy afternoon, but little of note happens on the way to St. B's. You guys eventually come close to the town, and you can sort of see the town. So let's just take a quick look at this town. All right, can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So
So-
this is the town of St. B's, the village of St. B's. It's quite small, as you can see. But the first couple of things that you notice, hold on a second, are going to be
Quick question.
Sure.
Jane, when you saw the eyes and everything, you're the only one who saw those eyes. Do you mention that to any of us in the trip the next day?
Well, I think I had just told my uncle what had happened, but the
Okay.
next day I
That's-
didn't
that-
tell everybody what happens.
Okay. I just want to know what I can and can't relate with or anything. So,
Okay, so now I'm telling everybody.
okay.
That was
This is what I saw last night in the crystal ball.
in the ball. Right.
Mhm.
And the eyes were in the water, right? They were just above the level of water.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Up over the water.
Right.
Right. So that's coastal.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, I apologize for the blue on this, but hopefully you guys can read that. It doesn't look like it's easy to read. So I'm going to
Zoom
try
in.
and
You can do it if you zoom in.
oh, that's a little better. Let me try that.
There.
The constabulary, the siren song inn, and Tim Roebuck's house.
Right. So as you kind of approach the town, you can see the little village. You approach from the south. You can see that there's a little graveyard off in the south, and you know, the little docks where you know, the ships, the small
Fishing.
group of fishing jeez, fishing
Shit.
ships are fishing shits are. Geez, I can't speak.
boat.
Fishing boats, yeah, that's it. And
Boat.
you know, but it doesn't look like there's a ton of people out. Now, most of the boats, as you get there, and you get there about early afternoon, you could see that the boats are docked, and the rain is kind of dripping down and that kind of stuff. St. Bees is rich in history and folklore, especially you know, with the St. Bega, that kind of stuff. And they also are quite religious here, and they have a single vicar, Father Bodine, and quite a large church. You know, so they're religious people that are here. But generally speaking, there's not a lot of activity on the streets as the wagon approaches the constabulary. Hold on a sec. Let me get that over. Here's the church, St. Andrew's Church. Is right there. So there's, you know, it's a pretty tight knit area. But you could tell that there's a lot of history here. If you were to describe this place on paper, you would describe it as drab, a little grimy, uninspiring. But as you kind of roll through the rain and the mists, and you could see the beach, you immediately can tell that this beach and the sea beyond it, the gray, slate gray sea beyond it, you can understand now where Tim Roebuck kind of got his inspiration, because it is wild and beautiful, and you know, it just seems like there's forces of nature at bay here, just held at bay by the land and that kind of stuff. You could see that it's you can see where it can be inspiring for artists to come here. So where do you want to go first? The Siren Song Inn is right there. There's a bunch of other buildings and places around town. The note mentioned to stop by the constabulary and check in, but there's a couple of places you can go.
Seems like the constabulary would be a good first place
Yes.
to visit.
Astrid,
And ask
go ahead.
what he thinks we should do next.
Astrid may peel off when they go into the constabulary and just go to the church, St.
Okay.
Andrew, to do a little bit of research, you know, death records, marriage records, to see if she can find out anything about, you know, the Roebuck, you know, family. Or, you know, has he been here a long time, or is he new to the area? And then any you know, Vaesen stories that the church maybe have tracked.
Okay.
You know.
All
either-
right. So you're gonna
Get
go
the
to the
records.
church and see if they have any records there.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna put the rest of you. You say you're headed to the constabulary.
Yeah.
Okay. So is anybody else gonna break off and go somewhere else in the region?
I'm following the group.
Okay.
I mean, the doctor would check in because the detective specifically said to come here, and also we want to find out, like, what is it exactly that he thinks has got some sort of Vaesen element to the crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
After that, she definitely thinks we should visit the house, Tim's house.
Okay.
And
And you'll note you guess that quite clear nearby there would probably be his studio.
okay, and yes, and then also is his body been buried already? Because she would like to examine the wounds and see,
Okay.
determine, is it a human hand? Is it someone, strong individual? Was it a hesitant cut? This sort of thing, left to right, right to left, all of this kind of information can be learned,
Mhm.
the knife wound.
Okay. As you approach the church professor, you notice that there is something laying on the step of the as you go onto the balcony and get ready to approach the double doors of the church. There's something small but out of place lying on the step.
Hmm.
As
I
you
would
look down,
examine, I would
as you,
examine that.
you
Yeah.
look down, you can see it's a small shell of pale a pale shell with some striations in it. But one of the things that you notice about this shell is that the edge, the curved edge of it, razor sharp. You actually nick your thumb as you pick it up. It's that sharp.
Wow. So this could be used to cut your salmon or perhaps slice someone's throat.
Yeah.
It's possible. But
Hopefully
it's just laying there in the middle of the steps.
right. I would definitely collect it.
Okay.
And it's on the steps
Mm-hmm.
as if someone perhaps dropped it,
Yeah, or laid it there. Yeah.
started it, laid it there.
It was definitely, it's definitely in full view. The color of the shell and the color of the steps are very different. So there's, in your mind, there's no way that someone could have passed through these steps and not notice it.
I see. That's good to know.
Okay. The rest of you go in to the constabulary, and you go in and you see a very normal office of the Cumbrian constabulary. Looks very nice. Standing there are a couple of guys who are who give off every indication of being constables. On one hand, over in a chair, you see this fella here. Who sort of is sort of looking at you with a bit of a frown.
What's all this then?
What's all this then? And then over nearby, going through some papers, is another person who immediately turns around when you guys come in and says, "Ah, excellent, members of the society, you've come at last." He comes over. I'm Detective Inspector Williams, but you can call me Frank. And I am very, very glad you came. He comes and shaking hands and sort of introducing himself. You don't know this guy, but he apparently knows of you. And he's very kind. He was like, please, sit down. We have much to discuss.
I say, Detective
Um,
Inspector, very nice to meet you. I am Colonel Rogerson Lackey. Now, how did you know about us?
Well, and he looks over at Detective Constable Jones. He says, Constable Jones apprised me of the existence of your organization and that the capacity that you have that your organization has stepped in on several occasions with events such as ours. So I thought that I thought I would take it under. I would take it as advice. The detective constable is quite savvy, and especially as pertains to events here in the north. And I thought I would take it as advice. I'm very, very glad you came.
Excellent, excellent. And
You
I-
get the impression, first of all, this guy is a very the first impressions you get, very capable guy, but he's definitely not from around here. The accent, London.
And
Sure.
when you say
you said-
events such as ours, do you mean events about the murder or other events?
Indeed, I do. The murder. Indeed, I do. For the most cases, he's like this. This is not my first murder investigation, but it's my first here as the detective inspector here in St. Bees, and frankly, it has bedeviled me. I can't help but think that I am no closer to resolving this crime than I was after it first happened, and it is believe a very terrible crime.
Well, sir, then if Detective Constable Jones knows about us, then you know we specialize in very particular types of crimes. Do you not?
We do. And Constable Jones is like, Detective Inspector, these people are the ones I've talked about. I'd mentioned to you that I suspect the the involvement of the obscure in this particular thing. And and the detective inspector is like, yes, I know. And while I understand your concerns, frankly, the reason that I brought these people here is that between the two of us, we have not been able to surmise what's going on here, and I hope that they can provide additional information. Detective Constable, why don't you tell them what we have learned, and see if anything comes, see if they have any insights on it, because we've been over this, and he sort of, pushes the papers on the desk away. We've been over this again and again, and we've come to nothing. So why don't you tell them? He says, all right, I'll tell them. As you can imagine, we found the body on the beach, and his throat, Mr. Roebuck's throat, had been cut. We also found the murder weapon nearby, a sharpened, a sharp seashell. It looks like, from our point of view, that this was a crime of opportunity. No one would attack someone with one of these shells if they were forced to. We do believe that there was a murder, and I suspect, and I can't put my finger on the reason I suspect it, but I suspect there may have been a witness. Let me just say that I have worked troublesome cases before, which is why I reached out to your organization. And he sort of says your organization in a strange way, because that's why I reached out to your organization. I think that there is something more to this case than meets the eye than a standard murder. And we are not entirely sure where to go from here. If you have questions about this, I'm happy to address them.
Might I ask you, fine sir, why you think there's more to this case than a simple murder?
Well, for one, I think one of the things that we don't know is the lack of motive. There was no. I'll tell you, Tim Roebuck was beloved of this village, and I may be the second to say he brought a great deal of commercial interest here. As you know, Tim was an artist, and but one of the things that he did, in addition to bringing a sense of notoriety to this town, was that he brought in quite a few artistic students. That several of them are still here in town. And are likely to join us for the funerary rites and the remembrances that have been going on. But also, the funds that they brought with them were quite welcome in this town. As you could see, this is a modest village, fishing the primary trade, and while successful at it, there was no one in this town is growing wealthy on the fish trade. And so the not only the notoriety and well, I guess notoriety is the wrong one, but the recognition and the money that Tim brought into this town was very welcome indeed. That said, Tim, although shy and retiring by personality, was well liked by everyone. I can't tell you a single person in this town that might have held him with any sort of contempt. He was polite He was young. He was good looking. He was charming, frankly. And I can't think of a single person who might need me to do him harm.
Have you questioned any of his students yet, sir?
We've talked to his students, and to be blunt, they all have ironclad alibis for the time that the event took place. And frankly, we have his every indication seems to be that they are as disheartened and grief-stricken as many of the residents of this town are to learn that their friend and teacher had been murdered. You, sir, you have a question.
You mentioned that you found the murder weapon near his body, correct?
The shell that was used to do the deed was found right next to his body, covered in blood.
Covered in blood. Okay. Particular type of seashell?
It's a shell that's quite usual to this patch of coastline. I don't know the name of the particular mollusk that it does. But they're often called razor shells or knife shells.
And they have natural, very sharp edges. Then
they naturally have very sharp edges, almost obsidian-like in their edge. History has it that these shells were used by the local people 1,000 years ago to fillet their fish, and were used to create knives and tools. Obviously, that's not done anymore.
Well, it seems somebody
Okay.
has done it.
The vagabond speaks up. Did he have a significant other? One that was he married or closer to any one individual?
No, Tim, Mr. Roebuck was a vagabond, or a vagabond. He was a bachelor, and to my knowledge, I see where your mind is going, and believe me, my mind went the same way. But insofar as we are aware, while most of his female students harbored a secret, in my opinion, harbored a secret hope that he might turn his romantic attentions to them, to my knowledge, he never did anything of the sort. In fact, if anything, he was quite adept at rebuffing the attentions of the females of the species.
Possible that one of those that he rebuffed.
What about any attraction to men?
Obviously, that would be beyond the question in the 1890s
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, certainly, I would have now. So,
I mean, you know.
So it's at this point the detective inspector sort of says, leans forward and says, "Although I appreciate your help, I think that disparaging the character of the victim here is probably not something that would be helpful in this regard. Keep in mind that homosexuality was illegal in the UK up until the 60s.
Hence the motive
only
for
for
killing
males.
I don't know.
No, I think it was across the board.
The guy from the bar.
So
Was Tim Roebuck from?
Whatever. I'm asking questions.
Yep. Nope. Totally get it. But I mean, they seem to bristle at that. They will tell you that Captain or Constable Jones would say, "Look, I've encountered men of the ilk you describe in my past, and let me say that Mr. Roebuck exhibited none of those characteristics, none of the degenerate characteristics that those men typically have."
But it would have been motive to kill him.
So I'm sorry, Professor, you were saying?
Oh,
Or Doctor, you were saying?
Doctor was asking if Tim Roebuck was originally from St. Bees or from the vicinity.
No, he's not. In fact, the constable is like, I'm not entirely sure where he's from. I know that he moved here around 7 years ago, and had been living in St. Bees for a while. And when I assume he came, from the south. One assumes either Liverpool or London, or he never gave any indication. He never really talked. He never really talked about himself all that much. He talked about his work quite a bit. He talked about his love of painting, but he really did love the people and environment of St. Bees.
I still have heard nothing yet that would warrant you reaching out to us. Is there anything else that's been going on in the town that has been cause for concern? That
Well,
might have warranted a call to
at
us?
this point, Constable Jones sort of does sort of a raised eyebrows at the inspector and says, the inspector sort of sighs. He says, "Well, frankly, we've had some odd occurrences. Just last night, there was, as you can imagine, there is a stream of people going down to the beach, to the place that Tim was found, to look at it for themselves and perhaps enjoy his last view for themselves. But last night, several people reported hearing, I hate to even say it, it reported singing coming from the ocean. Now, I checked. No one was out on the ocean last night. Certainly no one who would be singing out on the sea last night. Also, and I at first chalked this up to a prank, but a cruel and an unfeeling prank, but a prank nonetheless. But it seems to be happening so often that I can't help but consider that it might not be. We continue to find shells throughout the village at places where that have no reason, where a shell would never be found normally. Against doors, on chairs, in steps, on the cobblestones of the street. It seems to be becoming more frequent too, and I have yet to find anyone who will either admit to doing so, to laying these razor shells up in these places of thing, or having seen anyone doing so. And to be honest, it seems improbable that no one, considering the frequency, and it seems to be accelerating, the frequency with which the shells are being found in the unlikeliest of places, it seems unlikely that no one would be seen laying them there without a significant amount of, well, personally, my feeling is that it's some sort of conspiracy, some sort of terrible, terrible conspiracy and prank to leave these shells around. Perhaps it is misspent grief of some sort. But yes, we've been finding razor shells in various places throughout the village.
Perhaps not, my good sir. That does sound interesting, but what is more interesting to me is the sounds of singing coming from the ocean. We stopped at the inn in Keswick before coming here,
Mm-hmm.
and we had the great pleasure of seeing one of Master Robot's smaller paintings. Fascinating painting, very haunted. Now, I did not see anything, but my niece saw something that was interesting using special skills that she has. Would you please, niece, tell these fine gentlemen what you saw?
It was the water, and the eyes were poking up just above the water. I looked.
You looked at the crystal ball.
I looked in my crystal ball. Saw.
It's at which point?
We're trying to get the hang of role playing.
Okay.
Picture. It looked. I saw an image that looked just like the picture, except in my image there was eyes looking just above the water.
So Inspector Franklin sort of frowns at this because the whole idea of crystal balls and magic and stuff like that, he's a bit, I mean, he's an old school London police officer, right? An old school constable detective. So he's just like, look, Constable Jones, though, seems quite interested. And he asks, so you saw eyes. Was it a swimmer or something? What did you see?
Bloodshot?
I think it was not a swimmer, it's something otherworldly. Definitely not a human.
He leans forward and whispers to you. Later on, perhaps you and I can meet. I have some other information that I would like to give you.
We'll meet later.
In the meantime, William says, "Well, that's all well and good, I suppose. The only other thing that I can tell you, and frankly, I've been keeping it under wraps, so I didn't want to necessarily besmirch the reputation of this person with the townspeople. But since the day of the murder, one of Tim Roebuck's students, a woman named Sadie Thornberry, has disappeared. Now, we don't know where she's went, but we did investigate her. She had a room at the artist lodgings that Mr. Roebuck maintained near the studio, and it looks like her things are still there. I haven't mentioned this to anyone before else other than here in the constabulary, because
Because you don't want to
frankly,
know everybody to know that you guys are inept.
Yeah, that's it. Say that
So-
out loud.
when in
We got
friends
to
are
do
uh,
a murder and a
That'll be a
disappearing. Come
document.
on.
well, yeah. So she's disappeared. Sadie Thornberry's disappeared. We don't know where she is.
What does Mrs. Thornberry or Miss Thornberry look
Ms. Thornberry, yes.
like? No Miss, because in those days. Miss Thornberry. What does she look like, pray tell?
Small, youngish. I would ascertain her to be in her mid to late 20s. Fairly talented artist. She had come down here once about a year ago to study with Mr. Roebuck, and went back to where she was from, I believe Liverpool, and then she had returned perhaps 6 weeks ago to begin a second course of study with Mr. Roebuck. By all accounts, a proper young lady.
Did you find any writing, perhaps any poetry in her room?
I did not. We did not find any poetry. Several half-done paintings. I don't know much about painting, but I know she'd worked in acrylics rather than watercolors. But they showed quite promise. Other than that, we only found the normal accoutrements that one might associate with a young woman traveling alone. But she did disappear the same day that we found Tim's body. So, frankly, though I hate to admit it, because to ascribe such a heinous crime to this young woman, it offends my sensibilities. But right now, she's the only suspect I have.
Oh, yes. Sounds like a possibility, but we must look everywhere first and make sure we do not accuse somebody who did not commit the crime.
I 100% agree with you.
Constable Jones, would you mind joining my niece and I for a walk to the beach? We would love to see the area from which Mr. Roebuck painted. Perhaps you could show us. Would that be okay, Inspector?
Indeed, with your permission, Detective Inspector, and by all means. And at that moment, so he sort of stands up and says, "If you'll accompany me," and they go out the door. At that point, a young woman comes in of perhaps 14, and the detective inspector goes, "Ah, yes, Amelia. What is it that you wish?" And she's like, "Father, I had a question of who's all these people?" And I says, "Oh, these are some friends of ours that have come to invade in the investigation of young Mr. Roebuck. They've come all the way from Penrith to assist the detective constable and I in our investigation." And he does very sort of perfunctory introductions. She looks at you guys quite, sort of wide-eyed, but seems to be interested, in who you are. She asks a couple more questions. Is Penrith? She seems to be stammering a little bit. Is Penrith nice here? Asking some very rudimentary questions and things
Does
of
it
that
seem
nature.
like she's just nervous to meet strangers? Or
Give me an observation check.
that? Nope.
Nothing. All right. She seems nervous, but other than that, I mean, she seems. Aaron nails it as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So eventually, I mean, she asks some perfunctory questions, kind of twitters about a bit, and then goes back. Is like, now then, if Amelia, leave us to our work if you do. And you see her sort of. She's like, of course, father. And she sort of goes back, up the stairs. You can see her, and it's quite obvious. She keeps looking backwards and looking backwards to you guys as she makes her way up the steps and eventually disappears. So.
So-
All right. So the Colonel and his niece and Cressida are going to he takes you to, and I'm gonna go ahead and move your guys' there. So let's do you guys here in a minute. You guys go to a place called, sorry, I got the old things here. But you guys go to a place called Tim's Beach. Hold on a second. Okay. And you can see that this place is, so Cressida, you immediately notice that this is obviously a place. Well, frankly, if you're somebody who paints seascapes, this is a perfect spot. It's got nearly 180 degrees of coastline. There's rocks. There's interesting things, and it's western facing, so that the sun will go down. Sunsets will occur right there in full view. This is a perfect place to do those kind of paintings. Before we get to the constable, Astrid, you are at the thing. You go into the church. What are you looking to do?
So yeah, I'm interested in contacting whoever is in charge, the clergy, but
Okay.
also if there's any any sort of scholars or in residence or records that I could consult concerning the history of the area. In
Okay.
particular, Vaesen sightings. I noticed the Siren Song Inn as we came in,
Mm-hmm.
and that jumped out at me that Siren is, potentially a mythical beast.
Okay.
And I thought, well, that's odd. Maybe there's some kind of knowledge or local legend about Siren that I could look into at the church. They would
Okay.
have an opinion about it.
So as you enter, Father Bowden comes up and he basically says, "Greetings, and welcome to St. Bees. I don't recognize you, but certainly all are welcome in St. Andrew's Church. How can I help you, madam?"
Well, thank you. I'm here visiting, but we're also with my friends looking into the regrettable murder of Tim Roebuck.
Ah, yes, Mr. Roebuck. He was well liked around here. His murder was very distressing. Even more distressing is the fact that they can't that it's so seeming so meaningless, and yet we have yet to nab the perpetrator and determine for what purpose the poor young man was put to death.
Oh, Father
Terrible.
Bowden, I've fashioned myself an open-minded academic sort of person, and so I'd like to keep my mind open concerning any possible motive or doer for such a heinous crime. It could have been a crime of passion. It could have been a premeditated crime. But I was hoping that here in this church, you would have knowledge of the area. This church has been here for some time.
Of course, and I've been here. I've been vicar at this church for almost 22 years now. So I grew up here in St. Bees. So I went off to seminary and came back to minister to the people of my hometown. Yes.
That's very nice. That's nice that you came back. Do you know any local history concerning perhaps unnatural or Vaesen related? Sorry, unnatural. I would let slip the word Vaesen, but he probably wouldn't know, right?
Right. So
The unnatural creatures or events, that might help in our investigation.
Well, I don't know about anything unnatural, but the legends around here are quite thick and fast when it comes to the sea. As you know, the Isle of Man is just a few dozen miles that way across the sea, and then Ireland beyond that. And as you know, the Irish are quite a mystical people, prone to folly, as it may be the case. From our point of view, he waves you over. He's like, "Come take a look at this," as you can see. And you could see sort of the wood carving on the chair rails and things in the church room. As you look closer, it's not something you would immediately see, but you can see that the carvings in the church, which are quite old, are many sort of nautical motifs, sirens and mermaids and seals and dugongs and all kinds of different things, krakens and all that kind of thing, all sort of done in there. As you could see, when this church was built many 2 centuries ago, they certainly took it in their stead to take their inspiration decoratively from the sea.
I
There are
would,
many stories of things. Even to this day, he says, even to this day, there are several fishermen here that will bring gifts of wood into the ocean, and they will drop them into the ocean to ensure that that the creatures of the sea provide them with a bountiful harvest.
What do you want?
indeed,
Hmm?
indeed. The daughters of the daughter of the northern seas, perhaps. I've heard of this
That's a
tradition.
phrase I haven't heard for a while. It's a bit of a catch-all, really, for what I
We're not
remember.
getting any of these.
A bit of a catch-all. Daughters of the Northern Sea could refer to anything: a mermaid, or a siren, or a great octopus, any squid of note. It's sort of a whatever. One eventually grows to understand that a daughter of the Northern Sea can be any sort of creature that one sets their mind to believing in.
Yeah.
Well, my belief personally is, of course, that legends and myths and stories are often created to explain things that people don't understand. They fill in the gaps in our knowledge with fancies and fears. So perhaps there is some truth, some more mundane explanation for some of these things, but it's often worth investigating what would otherwise seem like a silly story or a child's scary monster, just to find out if something's really going on there that is that are real, that people just don't fully understand.
Well, you're certainly welcome to take a look, and I'll if you're working with a detective inspector, you could certainly have access to our
Indeed.
records. I'll show you to them. However, there's only need of one deity in this place, and
Oh,
I am his representative here.
of course, of course. I would never suggest that any deity exists other than the one that this
That any exist.
edifice
And-
is
Yeah, that ain't
attributed to.
exists. That's right.
And he gives you, so he takes you back and gives you access to things. If you have some specific questions that you're trying to look at from birth dates and death dates, he does laugh and say, I believe that one of the fishermen still does put wood in the sea, as he likes to call it. It's Shane Borderdale. He's a good fisherman, but he's an old-fashioned thing. If you're interested in myths and legends, he would be the man to talk to.
And where would I find this chain?
Well, today it's unduly unsuitable for fishing, so my guess it would be is that he's at the Siren Song Inn, enjoying a cup.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. And I would love to do some research in your records here.
All right. Think if you have a couple of questions, let me know, and then so we'll put you in there at St. B's.
Okay.
All right. The rest of you, the rest of you, the doctor, vagabond, and servant. What are you guys doing?
So did we find out if it's possible to examine the wounds?
Oh yeah, the body. So the detective inspector will tell you, doctor, that the body has not been buried yet. Frankly, we had been reluctant to. He didn't. Mr. Roebuck didn't have any relatives or anything here, so they've been reluctant to just plant him. We've ordered. we've ordered a. He will admit that they've sent to Keswick for a stone, and that if no relatives come by to claim the body, then they're gonna eventually they will bury him after a funeral service. But right now, his body is downstairs in the ice house, the Constable Ice House. If you'd like to examine it.
Okay, yes, I would do that.
Yeah, I'll go with her.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with her too.
All right, the three of you go down, and so he leads you down several set of steps. One, there's a basement in this constabulary which holds a number of small cells, all of which are open. There's no people in there. They look fairly disused, and then he takes you down another set of stairs. And this is a traditional old ice house. You could feel the chill, in a cellar, and you can see that there are racks for holding large pieces of ice, and the door to the room itself is well insulated. This is probably used. They probably saw ice, or bring ice in to keep things cold. Right now, what they have is sort of a makeshift table set out, and they are lying on the table, covered in a white sheet. Can only be the body of Tim Roebuck.
Okay.
There's also a tray next to it with some utensils, some doctor's equipment, and on a small napkin, what looks to be a palm-sized shell, whitish colored with like sort of orange yellow striations. You do see that there is a bit of dried blood on the edge of the shell as well.
Okay. And is this type of shell, do we know, or did we ask, is it common in this area?
It's common in this area, but it's relatively local. You can go up and down this coast about 20 miles in either direction and find these shells, but they're really mostly prominent here. They call them sharps or razor shells or sharp shells. The mollusks inside are not fit for human consumption. So we don't harvest them, we don't eat them. But the beaches often have many of these. They're quite common. Everyone who's grown up here or lives here for any length of time knows that the shells, especially if they've been laying around for a while, being abraded by the sand or by water, become incredibly sharp. And so locals know to be careful when they pick them up or remove them from where they sit.
The throat was cut, right?
So yeah, you guys pull the sheet off, and you could see, the body is sitting there, obviously dead. It's been dead for several days, and doctor, you will note that rigor has come and gone. There's a bit of bloating in the abdomen due to gases building up, but the mouth and throat are open, so those gases are being emitted relatively. The bloating doesn't it's not bloating up like oftentimes where you might see with other bodies. In this case, the throat is raggedly cut, and it looks like actually, you know what? Give me. I don't know what kind of check. I think let's start with an observation check, but I think unless you have something specific like a medicine skill, maybe you probably would use that. Medicine, yeah. So use your precision and medicine skill.
Okay, so I have, how do I do that? So I have a talent of emergency medicine.
Well, the emergency here is long gone.
Oh, I do have medicine precision. Okay.
So
for
you
obs-
add the medicine and precision, and that's the number of dice.
Yeah,
so-
your precision skill attribute and your medicine skill will add those two numbers together will be the number of dice that you throw.
Okay, so medicine is 2.
I rolled 2 6s with an observation check.
All right, we'll come to you in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, and a 6 for Dr. Gertrude. All right, so Dr. Gertrude, you're 6. Without investigating the body further, the cause of death seems pretty apparent. It looks like there is one long, ragged slash across the throat. You don't see indication of multiple cuts or any sawing. It looks like just one slash across the throat. It fully bisected the carotid artery and the trachea and nicked the big vein, the the jugular vein. And so death, in your opinion, would by exsanguination would have been fairly swift. It's doubtful that Tim lived more than 30 to 60 seconds after this wound was incurred.
And this shell, you said it's a small shell.
About the size of an open palm, about like this big.
Okay, so that's pretty big. You could hold the back edge and you'd still have a couple inches that are deep enough to do all that damage. Okay.
So Henry, as you're sort of looking on as well, you remember your days as a Batman for your noble lord during one of the many wars that you served in back in the earlier 1800s. And while you weren't a soldier by any stretch of the imagination, you saw your share of death. And what you notice about this particular wound is that it looks to have come from below.
That's what I was going to ask, was the angle of the cut, actually.
It looks to have
It's
come from
jagged.
below.
That's what.
It's not.
Well, you say, yeah, you say
like
jagged, but the shells were actually razor sharp.
It's
Would it
not
really-
jagged in the sense of that it's like a sawing mechanism or there's multiple cuts. It's
Yeah.
more jagged in the sense that it goes through several pipes, right? So it did the carotid, and the carotid's kind of come out, the trachea is hanging over. So it's an ugly wound, but it
It's
looks
an
like
ugly wound, but it looks like it was a razor blade almost.
looks
that
like
did
it was a single slash, like as if from a razor blade across the throat.
But from lower.
But from below, yeah, you can see that the upper portion of which is now receded away from the wound, but it does look like there's additional skin there, so it would have come from below. Probably not super far below. I mean, it's not straight up, but it looks like it would have come from below.
And no other signs of struggle, right?
No signs of struggle. No defensive wounds on the arms or fingers. The hands.
So this attack came from in front of him. He was facing the attack.
Yeah, it would not have come from behind.
Right. Did not look like he struggled to prevent it or anything like that.
It
Doesn't look like it was
of
expected at all.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any signs of struggle. Again, no defensive wounds or anything like that. His fingers and hands have a fair amount of paint spatters on them, but that's not unheard of for an artist. There doesn't seem to be any defensive wounds, nor any anything caught underneath the fingernails, other than paint and things like that. There's no bruising, either initial or residual. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was taken by surprise, but it looks like it was the attack came when the attack came. It was a single slash to the throat from below, from the front.
Okay.
All right. Hold that thought. We'll go to Tim's Beach, where Cressida and the Colonel are. And as you get there, the detective Constable Jones basically says this is the place where he did most of his work. And as you can see, it's understandable why he preferred this place. It's a lovely beach, and you look at it. He says it's a lovely beach, and he sort of looks at it with a little bit of wistfulness, which is uncommon in such a burly sort of constable, no nonsense sort of thing. He's like, I'm glad you accompanied me out here because it was I who put the idea in the detective inspector's head to call the society. He sort of looks like he's steeling himself for a bit. He goes, I too have the sight. And I also have had some precognitive ability for a while. And when you refer to the sight, you think that he also can see Vaesen. This sea is awake, he says. He'll tell you that while he can't go into details, that he has been an investigator on other cases of note that had supernatural elements assigned to them, and so that's why he reached out to you in the society, because he feels that this has a supernatural element to him. He also says, he goes, I mentioned that I have, as you can imagine, I don't tell very many people, but I do have some precognitive abilities. This ability manifests itself primarily in dreams, and I've recently had a dream which I think bears some pertinence on our current situation. My dream was that I saw a woman swimming towards Mr. Roebuck. This woman was beautiful and terrifying, and her skin had scales that glistened under the sun, and she seemed to penetrate the waves under which she was swimming. She seemed to move through them like an eel or a fish. She stared at Mr. Roebuck with eyes of jet black eyes. And though she was underwater in my dream, she spoke clearly and with authority. She demanded of me that her love be brought to her.
Dude, the love is coming up in this.
In my dream state, I told her that her love has passed on. Mr. Roebuck is gone. And she became enraged, screaming at me that because her lover no longer breathes air does not mean he is dead. And she reminded me that she does not breathe air, and she assured me that she is more alive than any above the waves, for she has felt a love as deep as the oceans to the west. And then she swam back into the abyss. But her voice echoed in my ear, bring my love to her. I've interpreted that as that I think she is referring, I think that this creature of the ocean, I think she's referring to Mr. Roebuck.
Yeah.
Burial
The
at sea
dream,
almost.
the dreams began when he was murdered. Beyond that, I don't know what she means. I
You mean-
called you and brought you here because
Did she?
I need to know the truth of this.
You're not with us, so yeah, it's just the two of us were there. So, did I asked the constable? Did it seem like perhaps from your dream that this creature, whatever it was, may have murdered Mr. Roebuck herself?
I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. But if she loved him, why would she kill him? And if she killed him, why would she demand that I bring him to her?
Perhaps unrequited love?
It's possible. I just simply don't know. That is the one thing he sort of harumphs a little bit and says, that is the one failure of my precognitive abilities is that they are rarely straightforward. Maddeningly obtuse in many cases.
So I have opera glasses. I pull out the opera glasses and I try and find the exact spot from the painting
Okay.
and to look out to see at a level at which I might see something.
Okay, you take out the painting and you take a look at it, and you kind of like scope around and you can see that off in the distance, you do see the rocks that look like the rocks in the painting. And it's not exactly the same, but your guess is that when Tim painted this painting, he was looking in that direction because it seems likely. Those rocks are very close to what are rendered in the painting.
Okay, got it.
But in the opera glasses, you don't see anything out there but the sea.
Anything
Cressida. Oh, go ahead.
Cressida?
Cressida, as you look down, you see at your feet a shell just sitting there on the sand.
I pick it up.
It's a shell. Oh, and the constable looks at it and goes, another of the shells. That's one of the other reasons that I'd hoped you'd come. These shells have been materializing everywhere. Something is trying to tell us something.
Do you want to take a look in your?
I feel like
Cressida, you are almost 100% sure that shell was not on the beach when you walked up here.
What are you trying to tell me? Huh?
Maybe Coco found a shell.
Maybe do an observation check.
He might have. Give me that tail.
Maybe you could use your
Plus
crystal
one
ball
die.
to.
use my crystal ball or use a roll to say who put this here if it wasn't here before.
Okay. Yeah, try it. I would say, is that observation or no? That would be a different skill.
Yeah, let me see what skill.
I have a +1 die. We're looking for something specific, right? So I can.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah, your advantage.
Basically, how did this shell get here?
That would be I would say that would be observation. So yeah, I would say that would be observation. So logic plus +1. She doesn't have observation points, but
So
you
how
get
many dice?
I had 5 dice.
5 dice. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And you're focusing on the shell itself.
Yeah, how did it get here?
Okay. Two
Did you
sixes.
drop it?
Okay.
Oh, you
So,
did well.
very quickly in your crystal ball, you see an image of the shell. You know instinctually that it is this shell, but you're observing it. It's on the rocky escarpment. It's underwater, fairly deep underwater, and it's still there's still a mollusk in it. You can see over time, it's sort of like fast motion, and you can see the mollusk dies, leaving, and the shell splits apart, leaving the piece on that escarpment. Slowly, waves and tides come in and out, pushing the shell towards the thing, and then in your crystal ball, you see a hand with webbed fingers, green, with long black nails. Reach down and scoop up the shell and hold it up. And then it disappears. And the next thing you know is you see it on the beach with your feet next to it. And it just sort of materializes on the beach. And you can see you see the beach, the sand of the beach, and you recognize your own shoes. And you can see the thing just materializes right there at your feet.
Like it was put there through magic of some type just now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where the shell sort of was pushed towards the ocean, does it look like it was coming from the area where those rocky escarpments were out there?
Yeah, it does. Sort of like there was rocks. It was basically sitting on sort of a rocky underwater area. So a lot of sharp looking rocks and sarsen stones and things like that. A lot of small rocks, but it was laying on the ocean floor, but it was sort of like a rocky kind of area that's close to the shore. I mean, you couldn't really tell how deep the water was there, but if you by the ambient light, pretty deep, but relatively close to shore. It wasn't like the ocean. It was like somewhere close by on the shore, the part of the shore that goes into the water. All right. Back to St. Andrew's Church. Professor Astrid, is there anything specific that you were looking for?
Yes, a couple of things.
Okay.
Records of any local miracles that were reported,
Okay.
and records of any demonic possessions, hauntings, anything that would be attributed to, this god's enemies.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. So
Go ahead
maybe
and
translated.
All
Mhm.
right. Go ahead and roll your, what do you think from a skill standpoint?
Learning.
Yeah, learning, I think, would be, and logic would be there. So your logic dice, your learning bonus, and let's see some sixes.
Yeah, I think it would be my 8 + 2 for bookworm, because I'm looking in a library or right in books.
Okay.
So that's 10.
Wow. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Wait, how is it?
I have a 4 + 4, learning and logic, and then a bookworm +2.
All right. Cool.
Mhm. I still haven't had more than 1 6 yet. There are some sixes.
All right, 3 sixes. All right, so you don't find anything about demonic possession. A lot of births, deaths, marriages, that kind of stuff, the usual suspects. Nothing about demonic possession. But as you go deeper into the records, and this goes back a couple of generations before you start seeing more instances. So it predates the current Father Bowden. You see records indicated in different hands of so at first, in the more relatively recent times, which is probably 40 to 50 years old, you see references to the Festival of the Daughters of the North Sea and participants thereon and that kind of stuff. And then further than that, probably another generation back, you find baptized into the Daughters of the Northern Sea, instances of young female children being baptized that way. And then even further back, now you're talking about a century to a century and a half ago, talk of gifts to the Daughters of the Northern Sea being provided. And there's and then you start to see like symbols next to these instances. Not so much numerals, but more like runes. You're not sure if they're Viking or, it wouldn't be Viking runes, but maybe Nordic runes of some sort, that kind of stuff. You do know that this region did have a very strong um, Saxon population during that period of time, but that would have been centuries ago.
And these runes were associated with particular offerings.
They were next to the entries. Yeah, so there would be runes. Some of them repeat. Some of them look like stylized version of trees, stylized version of cups, stylized versions of what look like maybe bundles of twigs or things like that.
So they could have been references to time of year, or they could have been references to what was offered.
Yeah, you're not sure which.
So I would record whatever I could, make a copy
Okay.
using my own paper and ink, I hope, or borrow some if I don't have any.
Okay.
And I think that's it. I would try to rejoin the others at looking for them at the constabulary. But if they've moved on, I would probably go to the Siren Song Inn next.
Okay. You stop back into the constabulary. You don't see anybody there. Nobody's in the primary offices, except for on the stairs, sort of looking at you come in, is a young, what looks to be a young woman, maybe a young girl, probably between 13 and 15 years of age. That looks like that.
Right. I would greet her.
So she says hello, and she's like, "Are you with the people from Penrith?
I am.
The investigators?
I am.
My father has been looking. My father has been looking forward to your arrival, as has the Constable Jones."
Well, that's very nice. And who is your father? Is your father one of the constables?
He is the Detective Inspector Williams. He's the lead constable here.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Perhaps you've been able to learn a little bit about our investigation. Do you have any theories?
She gets a kind of a scared look on her face, and she seems. I mean, at first she seems her eyes begin to get a little wild, and she's like, "No, I don't know anything about this case. I don't know anything."
Well, I must say that I find it very puzzling and very confusing. I just wish I had some kind of lead to investigate, but at this point, I don't have much to go on. Just the Daughter of the Northern Seas offerings for successful fishing.
So you're gonna see if you're gonna try and sort of convince her to talk?
Well, I just want to see if I get a reaction from her when I mention that.
Well, she seems frightened, and she certainly seems.
I hate this game.
I can see why.
Yeah.
You haven't got any sixes lately, have you?
Not one.
You're not using D4s or anything, are you?
Yeah.
All right. So she seems torn. On one hand, she seems quite frightened and reluctant. On the other hand, you get the impression, Professor, that she's been holding this in for a long time. You maybe try an inspiration check?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold space for her so
Okay.
that she can fill it and I'm not trying to push her, inspiration. All right. So that's I have a 3 in empathy.
Okay. And then inspiration.
So it'll be a 3 total.
Okay.
Because I don't have manipulation. I'm not that sort of person.
Okay.
So
I gotta let the dog out. Damn it.
Is that a euphemism?
At least we know who.
Okay.
Who let the
it.
dog out? Doug,
1-6.
Doug,
So
Doug.
as you sort of like, I wish we could have some help, blah 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 blah. You can see that she's practically vibrating with the torn between her being a
daughters.
frightened young woman and wanting to tell this. And finally she just goes, I know who the murderer is.
Oh
And
my.
it's almost like it just emerges. I haven't told my father anything. I haven't told my father anything, but it's Sadie. Sadie killed Mr. Roebuck. I knew it. I saw her do it.
Do you think it's a matter of jealousy? Often crimes are crimes of passion. Do you think that's what's going on?
She goes, yes, she loved him. She loved him, but he didn't love her. He I I followed her. I saw her do it. She was in the siren song, and I know she was talking to Tim and to Mr. Roebuck, and she tried to get him to come home with her, and he wouldn't do it. He left and went to the beach, and she followed, and I followed her, and she then they argued, and she reached down and she picked up a shell, and she hit him with it, and he went down, and then she ran off, and then I heard from the ocean. I heard the scream of the ocean. The ocean screamed.
Amelia, how did she hit him?
She 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 reached down and grabbed a rock or something and hit him in the face.
How close were you? Were you able to see
Oh,
what happened?
it was dark. I was about 50 feet away or so. I couldn't see anything very clearly, but she hit him and he fell. And then I found out he'd been killed the next day.
Hmm. And I suppose you ran home at that point?
I did. I meant to tell my father, but I didn't. And then when the time came and they began investigating, I I didn't know how to tell him. I didn't want him to know that I'd withheld information from him. Don't tell him. Don't tell my father, please.
Hmm. Well, I must say that this is a very important clue in our investigation. I don't think I can keep it entirely between us, but and also if someone is going to be accused, right, and there's a witness, it's often important for the witness to speak up. But you feel that you would not want to do that?
I can't tell my father now. It's been so long, and I've just been growing more and more frightened. I can't tell him.
I'm sure he would understand. That's such a frightening thing to witness. I would imagine that anyone would be frightened to betray, right? To go up against someone who has done such an act, right? I think your father will understand that you were frightened.
Well, it's not just that. Sadie was my friend too, and she was gonna take me to London to visit London with her. I've always wanted to see London, and I've never had an opportunity to do so. Not since I was very small, and I always wanted to go back. And so I didn't tell.
What do you know about that Tim Roebuck? Did you know him as well?
Oh, he was such a nice man. Everybody liked him. Sadie loved him, but he didn't love her back. I don't know why.
Well, that's it's hard to know with matters of the heart. The heart wills what the heart wants. Well, thank you very much for opening up to me, and I will try to make sure that your father understands if it should be necessary to tell him any of these details.
Oh, please don't tell him that I told you. Please find it out some other way and leave me out of it if you can.
I will do so if I can. We will look for other ways. Is there some other way we could find this same information so that you don't have to be involved?
I don't know. I mean, maybe in Sadie's studio. I mean, maybe there's something there. I don't know.
That's a good thought. Thank you very much. We'll look into that as well.
All right. Okay. And she turns around and she runs back up the stairs.
That was awfully helpful.
All right. About that time, everybody returns from. Did you guys have any other questions that you wanted to do as far as examining the body down in the basement?
No, I mean, I think I mean, I am interested in the tools that they have. Do they seem entirely professional? We've only met the constables. Who is it that's doing this kind of an autopsy here?
Well, no, it doesn't look like anybody actually did an autopsy, and the instruments look like somebody put them out in case somebody else wanted to do an autopsy. You don't get the impression that anybody has cut into this body at all, except for the murderer.
Okay, I feel like I should cut into this body. I need to know what this man ate last. I need to look at his stomach contents. I need to check, see if his organs are in the regular position.
I
Okay.
think you do too.
I definitely do.
Yeah, you definitely. The vagabond says, absolutely, I agree with this.
So the inspector says, normally I would not allow such a thing, but in light of circumstances,
She is a doctor,
try to be
I know
as
she is.
even if she is a female.
Oh,
Time
Try-
period. Time period.
Try to be as
there for that.
he advises you to try and be as circumspect as possible. Please do not disfigure the corpse any more than you absolutely must.
By the way, the
We
book
must
says this is
cut
an
open the abdomen, so that might be considering to be disfiguring, but we'll stitch him back up, you know? It's not like, won't heal or anything.
Well,
She
hopefully
was good
during.
at sewing.
All right,
Am I
what
with-
were you saying, Josh? You're muted.
The book specifically says this is an alternate 19th century where gender roles can be whatever the group says the gender roles are.
There you go.
Take the gender roles out of the adventure,
Yeah.
but you can't take, right, the gender roles out of the adventurers.
There you go. All right, so Cressida and the Colonel, any other things that you want to do at the beach?
Can we take a boat? I saw a boat there. I don't know. There's a boat. Can we take the boat out and go
I'm
look?
not sure that we want to take a boat out right now. It does
No?
sound to me,
Sounds
it's
adventurous.
interesting. Does not sound like whatever this creature was that was in love with Mr. Roebuck was the murderer. And yet there was real love there from what you saw and what you're telling me. Perhaps when all this is said and done, Mr. Roebuck was really the lover of this creature. And we must, to protect the town, return
could-
his corpse to her.
You could see him sort of shudder at the thought, but well, I suppose it's possible. He certainly expressed no interest in any of the local women or any of his students, so it's certainly possible. Although I hate to cast aspersions on the young man, he was always kind and proper as far as I was concerned. The rain begins to start falling a little bit harder, so he's like, "Come now, we should get back. We should get back to the constables."
So we have that.
All right, Professor, you're there. Everybody sort of goes back at the constables. Do you want to? So the doctor is conducting a quick autopsy. Is there anything specific you're looking for? Or you're just checking the? Are you just indulging a certain characteristic of your character?
This is like turning into a Sleepy Hollow situation.
yeah, yes, yeah.
I will be using my own tools because I have sharpened them myself. They are precision, and I don't know about whatever is
Gotcha.
on the tray.
That's
Okay.
not suspicious at all.
All right.
Cool.
With that, if you don't, doctor, you don't find anything interesting. His last meal was partially digested, so standard food, no poisons or anything that you can that are obvious or see. No discoloration of the tissues. He seemed to be, everything was on the correct side. He seemed to be a young man in good health.
One heart.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, one heart. Nothing extraordinary.
Okay. All right. Well, so I will be carefully stitching him back up, and then
Okay.
also thoroughly washing and then resharpening my knives to make
Gotcha.
sure it was pristine,
All right.
ready to go again.
With that, the detective inspector and the constable escort you over to the siren song, so that you guys make arrangements for lodging. Don't look very close at those people in front of the siren song. They're very very weird. But yeah, so you find yourself in the Siren Song, which is a very convivial, very warm place. For all that's cold here, for all that's gray here, the Siren Song is the place is the exact opposite. Um, it's old in here too. A lot of old wood. It's obviously the focal hub of the community. There are several people inside, all drinking. It's a bit subdued because I think people are still recovering from the death and the lack of thing. You can see that the floorboard but it has a very homely, cozy feel to it. The boards are well worn from years of use by fishermen. The pews and the booths are dark oak in color with crimson cloth on them and cushions on them. The yellow lights in the wall and the big fire in the hearth sort of lend a very homey air to it. The proprietor comes up and says, "Henry Woodstow at your service. I'm here to help. And you must be the people from Penrith who come visiting. Please, come in, come in. I'm happy to help you. Harriet, get these people some drinks. I'm sure they're trying to shake off the cold." So obviously the proprietor and his wife, Henry and Harriet Woolstow, come to you immediately and begin welcoming you to the place. They find you a table, get you some food and that kind of stuff, and Harriet begins taking a couple of other servant girls upstairs to make ready your beds, start the fires in there, and that kind of stuff.
So
It's a great place. It's very homey. The ale is good. They don't unprompted. They bring you big tin bowls full of fish stew that both smells great and tastes fantastic. They bring you big frothy mugs of wooden mugs of ale it's obviously made here that is really tasty and goes well with things.
I assume we share all the information that we've each found.
Absolutely.
Right,
We pool our information.
right.
Professor, you also see on some of the carvings of this building that same sort of nautical motif: sirens, mermaids, sea cows, fish, swordfish. Things that are obviously codfish. Swimming around. It's very nautical, but you get the impression that it looks to be of similar age too. You estimated the carvings at the church to be 300 to 400 years old. You suspect that this building has been here as almost that long.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Do I
So
see any?
who is the woman that you think
Sadie.
or was accused of killing him?
Sadie.
Sadie.
Sadie,
Sadie.
his
Okay.
student
Where is her room? Where are her rooms, Les?
in
So
the studio.
so she
Oh,
didn't
come
stay
on, Don.
here. She stayed. She had been she had come. This was the second time she had come back, and she basically had been converting an old abandoned home into her own studio. One got the impression that she was considering very seriously staying here to engage in her own artistic endeavors, potentially continuing to study, on a more permanent basis with um,
Tim Roebuck.
with Tim Roebuck. Now, it becomes clear after you guys talk with the professor that she certainly had much more in mind for Tim than just a far different arrangement than just a teacher-student relationship.
Well,
But that was rebuffed.
based on the town policy, Tim could never love her because she had the wrong first letter in her name. I'm basing that on Henry and Harriet and Shane and Sally.
That's right. So it would never work. But yeah, so are you guys yeah, you guys are on the map. So
all
yeah, so
together.
there was an abandoned house over by Tim's Beach. In fact, it's one of the last houses before you actually get to the beach. That Sadie had been sort of she had engaged the services. She had been here, like I said, she's been here for probably 6 to 8 weeks that she's been studying since she last came back from London, and she had engaged some of the townsfolk, some of the teenage boys and stuff like that to come over and help clean it out a little bit. There's still a great deal of work to do on that, but one got the impression that she had been making arrangements to buy the place and eventually turn it into a studio of her own.
In addition to art, the oil paintings, I'm guessing that we're going to find some shell art at her place. Given all this hinting we've been getting about shells, because we compared notes about that, right?
Right. So did you want to talk to that Shane? Because he's the one that still makes offerings.
Yes.
Right.
So Shane is a fisherman, and he and his wife are actually in the Siren Song. They're sitting at a table by themselves, and they seem to be pretty happy. They're just sort of sitting there enjoying some local bread, and he's having what looks to be some sort of fish.
I would approach them.
Strangely happy, given how the rest of the town is so dour.
Not strangely so. But he doesn't seem a lot of everybody seems a little down because of the Roebuck murder. He doesn't seem to be even that. He seems normal. He just doesn't seem like he's super depressed about it.
So the first thing I do is I walk over to Henry Woolstone and I introduce myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, so how did your inn get the name The Siren Song?
Oh, it's had that name longer than I've been here. This building was called the Siren Song before I acquired it from my father. You guess him to be in his mid to late 50s. I acquired this. I became proprietor here after my father, and my grandfather was a fisherman here and bought the place. That would have been in 1820 something, somewhere in there, 1825. And then before that, it was owned by a different family, the Burketts, and they had it for many, many generations. At least 3 or 4 generations they had this place. But this building has been here for a couple of centuries at least. The stone they tell me the flags in the cellar, the stone flagstones in the cellar were laid down in the 1500s.
My good sir. That is fascinating. But no knowledge of the history of how the inn got the name.
Oh, I think it's due to like everything in this place. It's due to the ocean. The Siren Song. This place is named the Siren Song. There have been several fishing boats named the Siren Song. We had at least many years ago. We had a troubadour that came through here and stayed for a patch about 6 months. He wrote a song called the Siren Song. I think he was taking a bit of liberties with that. And no siren would have laid claim to that song if I recall correctly. It wasn't very good.
Very funny, and I slapped him.
So the Siren Song is quite a common usage around here.
Well, thank you for sharing the history of your inn with me, fine sir. And I walk over to Shane. I'll let somebody else do something.
All right, hold that thought. I'll be right back.
Oh, well.
Themes. So on one hand, we have a murder that seems very commonplace.
Yeah, really.
Right?
Very common.
Plus, a young woman, unrequited love, crime of passion.
Right, jealousy.
It's a love triangle.
Right.
Yes.
But then we do have the only supernatural element seems to be these magical or the shells showing
The
up.
shells thing.
That and
And your visions. So the visions, not
creature,
yours.
And the creature with the green arms and black nails.
A couple of things bother me. How do the shells point to Sadie, for example? We don't know that particularly. And why would you take your vengeance out on your love and not the person who's a rival for your love?
Yeah.
Well,
Emotionally, I don't follow that.
we it could be the Shane, if the Shane is still making votive offerings to the sea, might have a way of, well, if we could learn how to reach out and maybe we could question the creature that you
There's
saw
nothing.
in your
People
vision.
murder
Maybe
those
through an
who
offering or
do not-
something.
Do not, who love others all the time. It's not uncommon for somebody to murder somebody for not returning their love.
Right, right. No, if
Oh,
you,
sure.
if I can't have you, nobody will.
Yes.
But I like this idea of trying to contact the daughter of the Northern Seas through an offering. I think that would be something that we could ask Shane about.
So it is troubling that this daughter of the North Sea wanted Tim Roebuck to be returned to her as if he's not actually dead. And believe me, it's pretty terrible when you do an autopsy on someone who's not really dead. So I can confirm he was
Hold
dead.
on. I'm writing that down. That's going to end up on the internet later. It's really terrible when you do an autopsy on somebody who's not really dead.
Unfortunately, we were not there to stop you, Brett.
I'm going to need some details about
But
this.
remember something.
I told you she's the one.
If she is a mermaid or a siren and Roebuck was truly her lover, then there must have been maybe Roebuck was also a merman or the male equivalent to the siren and
So-
use magic because nobody knows where he's from, right? We have
Right.
nobody knows where he's from.
Yeah, he's only been living in St. Bees. They mentioned he'd only been living in St. Bees for about 8 years.
So it could be, when they were waiting to bury him because they were hoping the family would step, it could be actually that this daughter of the North Sea is the closest thing that he has to a family. And once she realizes that he really is dead, she might be able to tell us how to
Right.
deal with his remains. But it seems
Oh.
also a little bit
Seems to me
strange.
it seems to me like she's already told us. She's asked that he be returned to her.
Well, somebody talked to Constable
Well,
in his
mind.
dreams, yeah.
Right.
And he said, and he will tell you, he would have told you he'd had the dream multiple times, and it goes the exact same way.
I have a feeling about the constable or daughter or something. I don't know. Maybe she's like also like the mermaid, like in a different form or something. She's popped up twice. I don't know.
But wouldn't the constable?
He knows his daughter?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a shapeshifter.
Yeah. We should also maybe try to investigate the studio, the
Stady.
abandoned
Yeah, I
shop.
think both studios need to be investigated.
Yeah, to confirm maybe the
Absolutely.
unrequited crime of passion sort of thing. But then how would do you think we could bring his corpse in a casket or?
Well, not in a casket. We would bring it on one of the boats. Right? We would ask
Right.
Shane would bring us out in his boat to the place where they leave offerings for the mermaids or the sirens or whoever they are. And that would be where we would deposit the body into the ocean.
A burial at sea.
Correct.
I mean,
Yes.
there's not a family to protest this, right? We wouldn't be going against any remaining family's wishes to do this. So I think it's okay.
Right.
But we may get more information when we inspect the two studios.
Yes, I think
Absolutely.
that's an excellent idea.
All right. So
Want to talk to Shane though about?
Yes, I would ask Shane about the history of making these offerings, about the records I found in the church that had the perhaps Saxon runes. If he knows anything about that, because
All right, so you're just going to up to him and be
I-
like,
I
okay,
would say that I'd heard from the father that he was aware of the history of making offerings, and I would be very interested in this history and how it's done, how to be respectful, what sort of offerings, some details.
try a I don't know, maybe inspiration test.
Inspiration.
Mhm.
I have inspiration
Okay.
as well, so I can assist. So take a plus. I think if you're okay with it, he can take a +2.
Okay.
So add
So-
two.
How many did you have? You had 6?
I had 3 because of my 3 empathy.
Yeah.
I'm not a manipulator. And then 2 more and no luck.
But
Oh.
no, it didn't roll. Oh, you rolled 3d6 and then 2d6.
Yep.
Oh, you roll them all together, but that's okay.
Oh,
Yeah, you're supposed to roll them all together. You add.
I had already rolled 3 though.
Yeah. Okay.
Couldn't take them
I
back.
can try.
All right, so you approach, you're like, Shane, if you have a moment, I'd like to talk to you. And he sort of like, as you could see, I'm busy having my supper with my wife. I don't have a great deal of time for discussion. Thank you.
10.
I know. Well, apparently that's okay here.
But and then I say to him, "Well, sir, I've heard that you're one of the few fishermen in this area that still honor the sea, and I've always been fascinated about that. May I ask you a few questions? Want me to make an inspiration roll?
Yeah, please.
All right. Come on. Nope.
Okay.
Nope too. There we go.
If you're referring to the Daughters of the Northern Sea, well, that's an old wives' tale. My grandmam used to put wood bowls in the sea to placate them and hope for a good harvest. But we're modern people dealing with modern things, I'll have you know, and we don't buy into all that mythology and foof-raw.
Does he seem like he's being honest?
Yeah, he seems like he's lying his ass off.
Okay, so we can tell that.
Shame on you for lying to us.
So he quickly finishes after the two of you kind of approach him. He's like, Sally, it looks like we're gonna have to go. And he leaves a few coins on the table, nods to Henry, and says, "I'll see you tomorrow, Henry." And Henry's like, "See you tomorrow, Shane." And with a look back, sort of steps out into the increasingly heavy rain. You can see Sally sort of pulling her hat and bonnet over her head as she hunches down to sort of head out.
Who has a good stealth?
I
do.
Oh, you have.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. The vagabond. So this is a good one for the vagabond to do. You might want to follow them.
Okay.
I whisper. You might want to follow them.
All right, you want to give me a stealth check?
I'm working on it. Here we go. Yeah.
What do you have for stealth? You have a 3.
Yeah, I just got to scroll to the right one. Here we go. I bet you I don't get squat.
Oh, two 6s. All right. So yeah,
Wow.
you step out into the rain and you immediately realize that this rain is as good a cover as you could ask for. It's pouring. But also as you step out, you look down and you can see on the floorboards of the steps going into the siren song, there's a shell laying on the steps.
I reach down, pick up the shell.
Oh, but be careful, they're sharp.
All right. I know. Hold a knife.
So you begin you begin following them, and you're sort of like stealthing around through the rain. And you see them moving off into the town, but there's a moment where they stop, and you see Shane saying something to Sally, her sort of saying something back. You can't hear what they're saying because the rain is just pounding down. He says something else to her, and she nods and goes off, and he stops, turns for a minute, and then you see him sort of look towards the ocean, the sea, sort of in that direction to the west, and you see him sort of standing there for a moment, like a long moment, and then he turns around and he looks right at you and begins coming your way, stomping your way. Give me a quick observation.
I was going to say, do that.
Okay, got one.
All right, got one. You see as he hoves into view, his hat is off. So the rain is just pouring down his face. He's soaking wet and that kind of stuff. But you see his eyes are completely black.
Oh boy.
No sclera at all.
Hmm.
He's coming straight for you too. Is there anything? He doesn't have any weapons in his hand. He doesn't look like, but he's very forthrightly stepping directly to you.
I'm gonna move off stealthily. I'll roll and stuff. Move off to the side, kind of like an angle. See if he changes his direction.
Oh no, he's
Yeah, I mean-
definitely coming towards you. He gets to
Well,
about
yeah, but
he sees you.
but if I'm okay, he sees me. I mean,
Yeah, he
alright,
definitely
so-
sees you. His eyes are completely black. He opens his mouth, and you can see his teeth are now like, you ever see an anglerfish? Like those
Sure.
big, long, needle-looking teeth. And he opens
Yeah.
his mouth like this, and his mouth just opens wide. And this voice comes out, and it's like, bring me the body of my lover back to me by the moon's next rising. Do this thing, or I will cast down shells of razor on every living creature in this land. Do this
Homosexual
thing,
is
or
illegal.
do this thing, or your beach will forever be colored in blood. Do this thing, or your fish killers will drag the bodies of babies up in their nets. Do this thing, or you will feel the wrath of 7 oceans. And then he keels over, falls in the mud.
Is he
Like,
alive or dead?
yeah, I was gonna say,
He's breathing.
roused him.
Is he alive or dead?
Yeah,
So
is he alive or dead?
So you go down there and like shake him, like, wake
Well,
up, you
yeah,
idiot.
it's like,
All right. He wakes up, his eyes kind of flutter and roll
the
around in
power
his
of
head.
Aaron confirms you,
The power of Aaron.
compels you.
He opens his up and he's like, his mouth opens and you can see him takes like a big breath. He's like, who are you? What have unhand me? And he sort of throws you off and sort of gets he's looking at it. He's like, I'm covered in mud. He's like, who are you? You see him reaching for like his wallet or his money. He's like, are you some sort of robber? Are you stealing from me?
No, who is that you were talking to?
I'm talking to you.
Even though I know who it was. I want to know if he knows who he was talking to.
He was talking to you.
Well, one, you're not there. Two,
I was walking home and you accosted me. What is the meaning of this? You're
That's
one
not
of those.
necessarily
You're one of
true.
those people from Penrith, aren't you? I didn't know that accosting citizens in the street is something that they do in Penrith on a regular basis.
you were just talking to a young woman
My
across the
wife?
street.
Yes. What have you done with my wife? Where's Sally? What have you done? I sent her home, but have you hurt her? Have you accosted her in
No.
any way?
No.
You
I
could
just
see
saw
he has
you-
a long fishing knife sort of tucked into his belt, and you can see his hand is on the hilt. Be gone with you, or else I'll have to thrash you.
Tomorrow's headline:
Thrash me.
Vagabond thrashed.
Vagabond thrashed.
Vagabond trash.
Citizenry cheers.
That's right.
I say to him, sir, you can rest assured I am in no danger. But you just were possessed of some entity, and I have to know what was going on. What's the last thing you remember?
I know not what you speak. Possessed of some entity? That's ridiculous. That sounds like
I wish it was.
It sounds like supernatural claptrap.
It is
He
supernatural.
says, "I see that you have failed in your attempt to rob me, for which is probably your only saving grace. I warn you, no more miscreants here, and if I see you again, I shall report you to the constables and tell them all that has transpired. Now, good
Well,
day."
shall we go? I follow him. I said, we're going to the constables right now.
It's not his own saving grace.
You seem dedicated to putting yourself in a cell. Then, have you? The shame of it is you have committed no obvious crime yet, except for
Give him a
accostation,
moment.
manhandling,
Give me a moment. That's right. I am a vagabond.
and
you know?
generally being a pain in the keister.
Yeah.
None of which are against the law in this town. Sadly, it may be. I'm
Okay.
going home. Good day, sir. He turns, goes, and
All right.
shuffles off towards what you assume is his house, the same direction that his wife went in.
Okay. So I go back to the bar,
Okay.
and I share all this with the party.
Okay.
And I say, hey, this is what happened. He does not remember this occurrence, but I repeat the threat that was that was given. And the rest of the party members can add this to the puzzle that we're all trying to put together.
When is the moon next rising?
3 days. Or well, no, the moonrise happens every day. So tomorrow night.
Okay.
Nighttime.
And I also show produce the carefully the shell that I found on the steps. So this is found, I saw this on the steps. It seemingly came from nowhere.
The professor throws one on the table too. We end up with a pile of them. Everybody's been collecting.
What day is it now?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems from everything that we found that there is definitely a supernatural element to that
Yeah.
which we seek. I suggest we move to investigating the studios as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Then we may be able to put all the pieces together. And who
When you
knows?
say studios, there's a couple of studios that you guys know about. So one is Tim Roebuck's studio. This is and his house, which is down in the corner
yeah,
there.
I'm talking about that, and
It's-
Sadie's potential studio.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about that studio, his studio, or Sadie's studio.
His and Sadie's both.
We'll investigate both.
Okay. Where do you want to go first?
Well, I think that the art
Go ahead.
is closest.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, the art studio is just a short walk down the way.
Go there first.
Okay.
but I'm a little nervous though that maybe the two, Shane and what was Shane's wife's name?
Sally.
Sally, yeah.
Shane and Sally might have something to do with what's going on and might go to the abandoned shack that Sadie had adopted as her home and take things.
We could split up. We
I
could
think
send
maybe
a
that's a
team
good idea.
here and then a team there.
3 and 3 and come back together at the Siren Song in 1 hour.
Sadie is the shortest person we've seen.
There you go.
So
3 and
here's,
3.
just so you guys know, this is the Williams house. That's where Shane and Sally. Whoops.
Amelia is also short.
Do we know how tall Tim Roebuck was?
Tim was a fairly tall man, probably 6'2" or 6'3".
Amelia is only
We have the
13, right?
studio and the house. So
14, yeah.
We have 3 places to actually investigate
Yeah,
because of his house.
yeah.
Yep, so maybe we should go 2, 2, and 2.
That sounds good. 2, 2, and 2.
All right. Who's going where?
I'll go to the Roebuck house.
We'll go to Sadie's shack. My niece and I will go to Sadie's shack.
Okay.
I want to go to this one.
Doug, you want to go with Astrid or should I?
I'll go with
Oh,
them.
the house,
That's
okay.
fine. I don't care. I'm trying to navigate
I'll go with
between
Gertrude.
Zoom and and
All right.
Roll 20.
Okay. So Doug, you're going with Astrid, and where are you guys going? Don and Gwen?
The art studio?
Ah, the studio. Okay, perfect.
We're looking for manifesto or maybe like sketches like that might
For Sadie?
indicate. No, we are going to Tim Roebuck's studio.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you're going to Tim Roebuck's. We're going to Sadie's house.
Yeah,
What?
this is the Tim
I'm at Tim
We-
Roebuck.
the house.
We
But
thought
this-
you were going to Tim Roebuck's.
You're at the art studio.
Yes. okay.
Yes.
I see. And we think that Sadie went to the abandoned shed up here.
That's
Well, we
her.
know that she was using it as her home.
So she could be in any of these places, but
Could be, or could be.
that's the most likely probably.
Could have fled.
Okay. All right. Let's
so I'm
start.
down. Yeah, I'm down here.
Okay, so you're at the Tim Roebuck's house. All right, so let's Let's check that. Hold on. All right. So it's it's a large house down in the corner of the town, moderately well to do. As you approach, the professor and the vagabond approach, you can see that the house looks closed. Obviously, it doesn't look like there is any people in it. There's no lights on. It is nighttime too, so you guys are going down there. At the art studio, however, you can see lights on the inside as you pass, and there is a curl of smoke coming out of the chimney.
Oh. So
Shell art.
do we want to approach stealthily to the art studio? Or do we want to bust in bold as brass?
Let's go
Bold as
in and
brass. I
let's
haven't
go
heard
in and
that term
quietly
in a
look
long
in the
time.
window first.
Bold as brass.
Okay, stealthy by the window.
All right, so you stealth by the window. Give me an observation look. Give me some sixes on the observation look.
Whom are you talking to?
Uh,
we
the
Gwen
doctor.
and I
started
right
out
now.
with.
Yeah,
All right.
unless you want to go back towards the studio, abandon
No,
the house.
no.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We started out with.
Okay. Henry, you don't see anything, but Gwen, you look in, you peer into the side of the window, and you see the doctor, you see there's a couple of people, and they say at first you don't see anything, and then a man steps forward and says, look, Mabel, we're going to have to. There's no reason for us to stay. I miss him as much as you do, but there's no reason for us to stay here anymore. We are going back to Liverpool, and that's that. And she says, no, I can't go. You see a woman kind of step in, and she's like, no, I can't go. She's got a glass in her hand that's full of some translucent liquid. I can't go. I don't want to go. And she says, she goes, Sam, you can't be this. You can't be this cruel. He goes, I'm not trying to be cruel. I miss him too, but what are we going to do? We can't stay here. He's gone, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. She goes, I don't care. She throws it down, and he's like, oh, Mabel, stop doing that. We're just going to have to clean it up. She goes, I want a drink. And he goes, all right, come with me. And she, that kind of stuff. And you can hear the clink of glassware and that kind of stuff. And that kind of stuff. It's you're not sure who these people is. Maybe students of Tim's.
Okay, well, let's bold as brass go inside and say we are here to investigate the murder of Tim Roebuck. And
all right, so you blow in. Well, you're a little as you go in, you see in outside of your field of vision from the other window, but clearly in view, is a couple of people who these are the same people that you've seen before, Sam and Mabel. Now they have sat back down at a large work table, and Sam has gotten her another. Mabel seems, just the same level of distraught. Sam is trying to mollify her. Look, Mabel. It's not that we're abandoning him. It's that we've got to move back. We've got to go back to Liverpool, and you've got to come with me. You have no place here. I don't want to go. And she's like, who the fuck are you? And she looks over, and everybody kind of looks over.
It's very 19th century, Les.
I knew it would happen that when there's murder, there are who are distraught.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a doctor.
Such
You
a
can
sweet-
trust me.
Don't be
I have a
hysterical,
calming
woman.
tonic for you. A dose of my
I
calming
need to bring you to the doctor for your hysteria treatment, woman.
She's like, you're a doctor?
doctor.
Yeah, dog
She's
doctor.
like, I'll take anything at this point.
You know,
I mean,
Pop out
He's
the
like-
Xanax.
that
Sam's
doesn't
like,
work.
Sam's like, look, are you a real doctor?
I'm a real doctor.
Okay.
I just finished autopsying Tim.
She's covered in blood from up to her elbows.
This is his
Of course I'm
blood.
a doctor. Look at all this blood. Only a doctor would
This is-
feel comfortable wandering around like this.
That Tim's blood.
It's Tim's blood. It's Tim's blood. All right, so Sam's a bit dubious, but she's like, whatever you have, doctor, perhaps you can help me. I don't know. What do you give her?
Calming tonic that I brought.
All the potion with the laudanum in it?
No, not the one, because I'm hoping to
Lighter
make
one.
sense from her.
whatever.
Oh,
one
the
it is.
oh, okay.
I mean, first we'll give her the calming tonic, and if she really still is not making sense, we'll give her the laudanum because
One with the absinthe.
Well, so she takes the flask from you, pops the cork, pours it in with her rum, and downs the whole thing. So you could see her sort of eyes kind of just go like this a little bit, but she seems to be calming around. She goes, "That was actually quite tasty. What's in that? Is is that just a hint of laudanum? I like laudanum. So they're like, you're welcome. If you did you know Tim? Are you friends of his, or why are you here?
Find his murderer. We're trying to solve the mystery of how it was he died. We're actually looking at to find information here, more information about him, where he's from, where his family is from. You don't happen to know, do you?
Well, he's like, if you'll sit and have a drink with us, I'll tell you everything I know, which admittedly isn't very much. Tim was a man who kept his secrets and kept his cards very close to the vest. He was a wonderful man and a fantastic artist. He was teaching me some of I was Mabel and I were both studying under him to become better artists. You could see some of the work kind of scattered about and that kind of thing. But when it came to his personal life, I didn't know much. I know he moved here about 8 years ago, and he came from somewhere in the south, I believe, someplace in Wales. I think he was from Wales originally.
Is that from his accent you could tell that?
Well, it wasn't as pronounced a Welsh accent as someone who had come from there, but I did detect a hint of an accent, perhaps Welsh, perhaps Irish. I don't know. Like I said, he was very stingy with his personal life.
And it seems, perhaps you'll have heard of this student named Sadie. It seems that she had an unnatural attraction to him. Do you?
So Mabel, who has now calmed down quite a bit at this point, significantly calm, kind of puts her hands on her. I think Sadie, let me tell you about Sadie.
Yes,
Sadie
please tell
was
us about
in
Sadie.
love with Tim. She pined over him. You could hardly believe she would just throw herself at him. Now I loved him, but as a teacher, not as like in the way that Sadie did. Sadie was just, it was almost tawdry.
And do you know, it seems she's also disappeared. Do you have any idea where she's from, where she might have gone?
Oh, Sadie was from London, and she'd visited there. She had just come back not too long ago. About what was it? About 6 weeks, 6, 7 weeks. She had just come back, and she came back. She was like she was just a smitten kitten. Every time she was in the same room with him, her eyes were you could almost it was so much free estrogen in the air that poor Sam here got a pimple.
It sounds like she was actually quite forward. Do you think that she would have done something?
For a Victorian era young single woman and a young man of unknown provenance, she was forward indeed.
Well, this is the thing. It's a terrible accusation to make. So we really need to have proof, something incontrovertible. Any idea what there might be that could confirm our suspicions, our terrible suspicions?
What suspicions are those? That she murdered him? Oh, that's terrible. I can't imagine she would ever do such a thing. That's terrible. As you look over, you're talking to her. She seems completely nonplussed by it. It's like Sam's like, I could see it. But you look over and suddenly holding down a couple of papers, you see one of those razor shells, and there's a little bit of darkened blood on it. And it's just sitting there. Only you seem to have noticed it. It's just sitting there on the table.
Was it
Every time we get closer to the truth, well, this is metagame. We see a show.
Okay, so I guess we will go over there and investigate that. And
Hold on, I'm writing
ask.
something. So what do you? I mean, they're like, stay with us. You guys, did you guys know Tim? They're asking you questions like, how did you know Tim? What brought you here? Oh, you're investigating. It's a terrible thing. They seem genuinely moderately drunk. Mabel more so. They seem to have genuinely had genuine affection for Tim, and they also seem, well, at least Mabel seems genuinely shocked. Mabel will tell you absolutely, it was no secret. It was an open secret that Sadie was head over heels in love with Tim. Sam was like, yeah, pretty much everybody knew. I didn't think, but as far as murdering him, I don't know why she would do that. That's crazy. She's not crazy. But then they seem very close to the idea. There's no, it's
Did-
impossible. Sadie could never have done that.
Did Tim have any romantic of feelings towards anybody else that you know of?
So Sam pipes up at this point and says Tim was a proper Englishman, and he never would have taken advantage of any of his students. And Mabel kind of goes, "More's the pity." And he says, and he kind of like swats at her. But he says he would never have done something like that. He was a proper English gentleman, and he would never have done anything like that. The only weird thing that Tim ever did, other than his art, was in the evenings, oftentimes until late at night, he would go down to the beach long after it would be it would be possible to do any painting. He painted there often, but always usually in either the early morning or at sunset. But sometimes he would go there after supper, late into the evening. He would stay for 2 or 3 hours, sometimes longer. Sometimes he wouldn't come back until almost dawn. That was the only weird thing with it, but that beach gave him so much inspiration. We all chalked it up to the artistic temperament.
Mhm.
Mabel's like, he loved that beach.
That's
Oh,
a-
E.
No,
Okay, E.
like,
Beach.
he loved that Oh, that beach so much. Tim, how could you go?
All right, so let's go. So at that point, let's go over real quick to the Colonel and Cressida. You guys have walked over to the abandoned shed, or the abandoned. It's not a shed. It's a house, but it is pretty dilapidated. As you get closer, and the rain is just
But by the way,
bucketing down.
I have my pistol drawn.
Okay, you have a pistol
Ready
drawn.
to
All right.
go.
So you're approaching it, and you can see that it's a pretty dilapidated house. At one time, it was a small, home of some sort. It has like a little. They call it a shed, but really, it's a small, sort of very very modest home connected to what would be a sort of anteroom of some kind. This is pretty common construction, but a lot of it is kind of like beat up and boarded up. The windows are all sort of boarded up, and nothing seems to be moving. The rain is just pissing down too. I mean, it's pouring buckets.
I'm not even there. I don't know why I rolled it.
You go, yeah. You want to take a quick lap around the building. You don't give me a quick observation check. But all the windows are boarded up, and looks like there's there's a door, but it's closed. You don't see any intact windows here.
Okay. And would my tactical situation come into play here potentially?
It might, yeah.
So I get a +1. So observation. One. Nothing. Wow.
Okay. Well, I mean, nothing seems out of the ordinary. It's very difficult to see much because there's so much rain coming out. I mean, you're soaked to the skin, both of you are.
Can Cressida give one too?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, you'd still get three dice. Might as well do it. You did. You got-
Cressida got to 6. All right, so Cressida, you're sort of just standing there looking, but there's
Right.
something catches your eye. You're looking at the Colonel. You see her looking at the sort of the roof of the building, and you can see that she's looking at the chimney. And Cressida, you're looking at the chimney of the thing. The place looks abandoned, but you see a tiny curl of smoke coming out of that building. The chimney. It evaporates almost the moment it leaves the chimney. But you can see
From the
that
rain.
at least because of the rain. But
point
it
it out when you
but there's a
look.
little bit of smoke coming out of there.
Does it look like it's actual? There's still a fire going on. Or does it look like it's the remnants of a fire?
You would say probably still going.
But we're not able to see through any of the slats. Huh?
All of the windows are boarded up. All of the one door that you see sort of on the thing. Let's see if this works. Hold on a second. Okay, so yeah, so there's a little bit of stairs here. You could see all the windows and doors are sort of boarded up. You don't. I mean, you could maybe pop in and maybe look in the cracks. I mean, it's wet. it may not have been boarded up as well as you know, anything. You know, these board up jobs are never super great. But yeah, there's like a window right here. And another
Already got
window
them,
that you can
and we
see
can't-
right
we
here.
can't see it. When we went through, we couldn't see through it, right? So we've already done our observation.
Yeah, you kind of circled the building. You didn't. I don't know that you peered in. If you move your token closer, you might be able to see more.
All right, so our tokens aren't on here.
Oh, the other ones, yeah.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's okay. I
Where
think
are
it was the-
they?
I think it was the witch. Yeah, no, they've been off for a while.
Okay.
We'll just pretend these are ours.
Okay.
So we both look through this one first. I guess we need an observation check.
Please, both of you.
All right. Also, with tactical or no tactical?
Yeah, tactical would work here.
I've got you get a 3 and I get 5.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. I still have a shot. I did. I got 2.
All right, 2. All right, so you peer in and you do see what looks to be some sort of. Here, I'll just tell you what. Let me remove this, make it easier here. Whoops. Okay, so you look in and you see what looks to be some sort of sitting room. There's some busted furniture in there. You can see a small table has been righted, and there's like some workman's tools on there, a hammer, a couple of, you know, a small saw, that kind of stuff. It doesn't look like it's been disturbed very much. There's a door on the other side right here that you know, sort of closed, but it's closed.
Main house.
Yeah, it looks like maybe it's heading into the main halls. It's analogous with the where the hall, the main hallway might be, because the steps are right here. You can't really see them from where you're standing, but the steps
So
are
we
right
see
there.
that, so we know there's a door over there. There's nobody in this room. Let's move to the other window and see.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so we do that over here. I guess we can't do it from here because we're blocked. Oh, wait, here we go. Is it? Yeah. The other
Can you
window.
move?
Yeah,
Oh, there you go. Okay.
here, but we can't see inside yet.
Give me an observation check.
Yeah, you know, you want to just give me help? She was listening. Oh, well, no, I guess you can't really do that with observation. Right? It's got to be 2 separate people. So I'll do my 5 and you do your 3 again.
Ooch.
Hold on.
Rain's in your eyes, Cressida.
I'm gonna
So
get-
rainy.
No.
Wow. Yeah, you can't see anything in there.
Yeah, just can't see through the slats. So I guess, where does it, we get a sense of the size of the house? Is that door through the shed gonna lead us right into the main room? Where the window is, or is it gonna lead us to another room?
Yeah, you're guessing that this maybe has 4 rooms in it.
I guess.
It's not big.
All right, and we can't get through, can we get into the shed?
Like from that side, there's no windows on that
Okay.
side of the thing.
Okay.
There is a chimney outside, from which you saw what looked to be the curls of smoke.
Yeah,
It's sort of on the outside of the building.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna try and come down the chimney though when there's a fire there. And we don't know how big it is, so I guess we gotta go through the main, I guess we gotta go through the main, door. So can you put us by the main door?
Sure.
All right. You have stealth, right, honey? You have good stealth. I think you have 8 on stealth.
All right. As you look in,
Yeah.
the door opens pretty easily, and with a fair amount of noise.
Oh, no,
that
no,
kind of
no.
thing.
So no, that's what we wanted to say. So we wanted to see if
Oh, you want to open it quietly?
quiet we want, yeah, because
Okay.
the Cressida has high stealth.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Two sixes. That's good. Okay. Yeah. So, Cressida's like, Father, I don't want you just bashing this door down. Let me handle it. And she sort of moves it kind of like, and opens it relatively silently.
That's it.
You see a long hallway,
Yeah.
3 doors, 2 across from each other and 1 at the very end, and something on the floor in front of that door.
So,
It's a show.
Stealth is.
It's bigger than a shell.
vision, right?
It's a conch.
So we're gonna try and move stealthily down the hallway.
Okay.
Yep. So
Mom, Dad, don't touch it. It's evil.
we'll move in. So we both roll stealth checks, I guess, right?
Yep.
All right. So I get a 4, you get 8. Oh, and this I get a tactical bonus with this as well.
Yeah.
All right. So I get two.
All right, look at that. Okay, so three
Both
sixes.
get
So
there.
you're moving as quiet as a mouse. Cressida less so, but still moving quite silently as you go through this. Now, there's obviously some creaking and cracking and that kind of stuff. Colonel, you end up between two doors, but you see something on the floor, which gives you pause. It's obviously new. It looks like some sort of painted sigil that looks like this.
Sigil that looks like that. Does it look
Yeah,
like
it's just sort of
the
like a spiral or a whirlwind
Does it
or a
look like the-
whirlpool, something like that.
Does it look like the shell that was used?
Does not look anything like a shell.
Okay, so we see that.
And it looks like it's been painted onto the floor.
So I want to inspect it. I guess occult maybe inspect more closely. What do you have? That you do?
I have a.
You don't have.
Can tell if I see things are terrestrial.
All right, could she try another crystal ball check?
Sure.
Tell me if it's
And
terrestrial or-
I guess that would be like a logic check, right? Or what do we use? The entity or
Probably
manipulation? It would be observation or learning.
observation, I think, in this case.
So observation. So that's empathy plus the crystal ball, usually 1 or 2. I can't remember what the crystal. It's on here. It's on
Oh,
here.
I think the crystal ball lends 2,
Okay, so you get 5. You get to roll 5.
and then after this, we'll switch back over to the studio. All right. So you try to sort of see some things and find out what's going on with the crystal ball. And the first thing that you notice, even though you didn't, so you don't see anything. There's blackness swirling around in the crystal ball. Something is obscuring your vision. Something potentially deliberately obscuring your vision. It's just not working. Something here is gone. It's evil. It's
Terribly
it's-
wrong.
It's wrong. Yeah, there's a wrongness here. You also sense that the same sensation, that same early unearthly sensation that you sensed before, is far away from here. But interested in this.
That unearthly sensation. You mean the eyes?
Potentially, yeah. You don't see them, but it's that same feeling, Cressida.
Got it.
All right.
And the last thing, just before you jump out,
Sure.
the chimney
Mm-hmm.
is to the back of the house. Does
Back
that
of the
mean
house,
like
yeah.
it would be through the left door as opposed to
More like the forward door.
the forward door. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Is what you expect. All right, back with Sam and Mabel. All right, Mabel is almost unconscious. Sam has given up trying to. She's burbling a little bit, Kazre like.
Huh.
Are there any other questions for them, Don?
No.
Okay. You don't see anything much in the studio. I mean, there's a lot of different, there's probably room for probably 6 students here. Easels, paintings, lots of paper and canvases, various kinds of paints, acrylics, watercolors, and, paint blocks, where they're mixing paint together and stuff like that. Scraped canvases, where people are redoing stuff. Basically, it's an artist's studio, a teaching artist studio. You also see on one section that's sort of over to the thing, it looks like that's probably where Mr. Roebuck worked. You can see some watercolors on paper that are being done there. They're partially completed, but they're quite good.
Well, I think we would encourage, Sam and Mabel that they don't have to go home, but they really can't stay
Yeah.
here.
But they can't stay here.
Nice.
Nice.
And then we'll go maybe back to the house
Okay.
to go see what they've learned, because they're
All right.
nearby.
All right, so you're gonna go over. So you're gonna abandon here and go over to Tim's house. All right, so Professor and Henry, you
No, Ron. Or Aaron.
Aaron. So you guys have gone in there and you sort of break into the house. The door had been locked, but it's a pretty chintzy lock and not very effectual. So you get in. The house itself seems unremarkable. You got to go through. It's obviously an artist's house. So there's dirty plates on the table. There's dirty glasses in the sink. What you also see is all of the walls are completely covered with papers and canvases where are work in progress. Your guess is that the art studio was largely a classroom. This in the house is where Tim did his serious work. And there's a lot of it about. You probably a quick guess, you probably think there's probably 25 individual watercolors in various states of progress. Not many fully finished ones. One of the things that you notice, though, is that almost all of them are of that same patch of sea. And in some cases, can see multiple versions of what look to be the same view of the sea.
No eyes, no nothing in the water.
Give me an observation check.
Mm,
I hate
Yeah,
this
I
game,
mean,
man.
you don't see anything like that. It's but it is kind of eerie that many of the pictures, and we were talking about like 4 to a half dozen of the pictures look to be looking at the exact, and they seem to be the most recent ones too, and they're looking at the exact same patch of sea.
Okay.
They almost look like variations on a theme, which may have been something that he was doing. Other than
So-
that, it doesn't look like the place has been tossed or searched. All of his personal belongings seem to be intact. There doesn't seem to be any damage to the home or anything like that. It just looks like it's been empty for a week.
Can we do a search
Sure.
for secret panels, drawers, anything we can find that is, maybe hidden, not out in the open?
That be an investigation check?
Yeah.
What if I don't have anything in there? Do I at least get a roll or?
You still get a logic.
Yeah, you still get your logic roll.
Wow.
All right. Ooh, look at all those sixes. Who was that? Was Professor. So
Yep.
4 sixes. That's an incredibly good roll, and a
I
6
get a
for Aaron
6.
as well.
Fill
So,
your
yeah.
guts.
You guys,
Yeah,
you
really.
guys hunt around. You don't find any secrets here. You go through, you toss through all his stuff, and you eventually you hear the other two show up at the house, and come in the broken out door as you guys are sort of searching. Everything looks like that this is a lived in, very homey place. This is a place where this man not only lived here, but he loved living here. A lot of his work is on the thing. There's some empty wine bottles kicking around, some dirty dishes, as might befit a bachelor in his 20s who of artistic temperament. But there's no sign of violence. There's no seemingly nothing out of place. The only thing you find is a small note on the table under some other papers in a feminine handwriting that says, meet me at the beach -S.
Oh boy. Now all the S's we know.
Sadie.
It's pretty much Sadie. Shane.
It looks to be feminine handwriting. This is definitely a woman's handwriting.
We have Sarah as well from the.
Back.
Shane's wife. Oh wait, no, Sarah from back at Keswick,
Back in Keswick.
the poet. I thought you were talking about Sally.
No, Sarah, but we have Sally, Sarah.
Just
Sadie.
says S.
Most used letter. Okay.
All right. Anything else you want to look around through here?
I think we need to get back with the others. The movie star and the captain.
By the way, I'm gonna finish up Cressida for
You got it.
for
Jane had a bail. I know we're
Yeah, no, no,
well beyond
A lot
time.
longer than we thought.
she's having fun,
Yeah.
but she maxes out at about 3.5, 4 hours.
Gotcha. No, I understand.
It's late here in New York. It's late. Everybody.
Yeah,
It
it's good to
is.
see you though. You bet.
Good to see you.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
do hope you enjoyed it and you'll try it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you guys leave Tim's house and go to the abandoned shack.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You're coming to the abandoned shack?
We're nowhere else to go.
Yeah, we're regrouping.
Oh shoot! Hold on.
Do you
All right,
know
one
how
second.
to?
Gotta find each other.
Okay, as that's going on, since we noticed.
You hear people yelling
I'm a
outside in
little-
the street,
I'm a little
Marco.
I'm a little nervous about what's going on because the house feels evil, right? And we haven't been able to figure out what it is.
Well, there's something going on here. You're not. You definitely
I was
aren't
gonna
sure.
say, when we see this and we see that it's just us, we start to back out quietly out of the shack.
Let
Okay.
us out. Let us out.
Yeah, just quietly.
All right. So as you guys approach, you see the Colonel and Cressida coming out of the front door and onto the porch. Colonel, you see the rest of the group coming up as you emerge back out.
Yeah, we run towards them,
Okay.
and I say, something wicked this way comes in this house. I say, I suggest we get the constable and return with potentially additional firepower. I wonder if Sadie and some evil creature have taken over this house. And
Well, if the-
I've seen the fire, what we saw, that all we saw was darkness in the crystal ball. That in the meantime, maybe a few of us should wait here to make sure nobody leaves. Who wants to run and get the constable?
I'll do it.
All right. All right.
I run
So
as fast as an old man can.
Or do we want to send the vagabond, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll do it.
Let the
Not a
vagabond
big deal.
run to the constable.
young vagabond, off with you.
He leaves me in the dust.
Yeah. So the old man is like limping along after. Wait up for me.
A wiry vagabond.
No,
sprints.
once he gets far ahead, I'll just turn around and go back to the ship.
All right, I've had it. That's it. Oh, I think I pulled a hammy. All right. So what do you guys do? So you guys are all outside, sort of.
Maybe we try and sort of get any place where they could exit.
Okay. As far as you could tell, the only exit out of the building, other than the windows, which are all boarded up, is that front door.
Okay. So we're waiting for the constable to return.
All right. It takes several minutes, and the constable is got a big oil skin on, and he's coming out, and he's like, "What is it? What have you found?"
There appears to be both some evil and some person or creature in this house. We thought it best to bring you here before we entered again and confronted whatever is in this place.
Here, put on this red shirt.
I see. Well, I will do my best, of course. If you if you think you found something, I will be here to help.
Have they searched the house? Have you searched the house? Sadie's house yet?
We went
Alright.
in and we found a symbol painted on the floor that we didn't quite recognize, but there was almost evil emanating from. There was evil emanating from it.
But had
And we saw smoke. We told you this. We saw smoke coming out of the chimney, and
Right.
we figured out which door it's coming from, which is the door past the symbol.
Right, but had the constables already cleared the house and made sure they
You're right.
said.
No, they never came here. They were like, "This is an abandoned shed."
Yes.
But
But didn't they know Sadie was using it?
They didn't know that. So
How did we find it out?
you found out from Amelia.
Oh, okay. Got it.
that Sadie was doing it.
Okay.
And she had hired some of the local boys. They're not going to make sure, they're not going to report a little bit of ill-gotten gains to the constable for
So
sure.
And Amelia's was the daughter, right?
The daughter, right?
Yeah.
So the Constable Jones basically says, "Look, she was staying at the art studio in the housing there. We knew nothing. This place has been abandoned for years."
I said, well, we've been told something different.
Right.
Okay.
And
Who
that-
told you?
In this case, I think it's best that we keep that secret. I don't think it will have any impact on the investigation. So
I see. All right. Well then, in we go. And I need a token for the guy. Hold on a second. I'll just get something real quick here. I'm gonna use this for the constable.
I'm gonna have my very sharp scalpel. What's that?
That's the constable. All right. Well then, those of you who I'll go in, I'll lead, and if follow me if you dare. And he just sort of stomps up the stairs and goes in the house.
I
okay,
bring my lantern out.
I follow him in. I've got my pistol drawn.
Okay.
Uh,
You can see him as you get up there. You could see that he's sort of kneeling down next to the thing and touching the symbol. He doesn't like it. Something there. And he takes a little. Sorry.
Did the vagabond? Did Aaron not make it back?
Oh, you made it back. Sorry.
This
Hold on.
This is Constable Jones, not the constable.
Yeah, the constable left me in the dust.
Yeah.
All right. No, you're there. All right. So he goes and he's sort of like.
wait, Les. This is Constable Jones, right? Not the inspector.
Correct. Yeah. Not the detective inspector. This is the guy that you guys recognize has the
Yeah.
site, has the Vaesen
Yeah,
site. So yeah, so he leans down. He doesn't. You can tell he sort of shakes his head. And Professor and Doctor, you guys are behind him, and you can see that he sort of takes some dust or dirt, wood shavings, that kind of stuff, a little detritus from on the ground, and he sort of tries to obscure the paint a little bit, rub it in, that kind of stuff, just kind of obscure that before he stands back up, wipes his hands off, goes to this door and opens it.
Here is what we see. So
All right. So he goes in and
Screams.
it screams
I
a
actually
high
knew that
womanly
bomb.
scream. And no, he goes in and basically you could see it looks like a very dilapidated bedroom. There's a very small fire being built in the hearth. It's very clear that somebody has built a small fire there. That's where the smoke is coming that Cressida saw. The bed is old and dilapidated, but it looks like it's been lived in. There's also little bits of food and a small cups, cup with water in it and that kind of thing that are kind of like laying around. Somebody's been living here. There's also, I hate to say, at the edge of the bed, there looks to be a small bunch of hair that looks like it had been. Doctor, you want to take a look at that?
Yes. Yes, I will take a look at that.
He doesn't hate saying it either. Don't believe him.
Which where here? That? Yes, I will examine it closely.
Okay.
Do I need to roll something?
Yeah, do a medicine roll or observation, whichever you think is best. Probably medicine in this case.
Medicine is 2 and 1 is 3. Nothing.
All right. It's just a wad of hair. It's relatively fresh, but you can't really tell much of it. It's dark hair.
It's not attached to a scalp, is it?
No. It looks like it's maybe been pulled out.
Oh.
All right. Beyond that, it looks like somebody was living here.
Is the hair color of Sadie? Do we know?
Sadie is described as having dark hair. Yeah, at least that's what Emily said too.
Is there actually a chest in the room?
There is. It's open and empty. There's nothing in it. There's no obvious kind of stuff in it or anything like that.
What's straight ahead and to the right? Are those just drawers or something?
Yeah, a little busted up sort of. You talking about this thing over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a little busted up kind of credenza of some sort, like a writing, maybe once was a writing desk. It's not in very good shape. Everything in here is kind of
Anything under the bed?
nothing under the bed.
Okay. How about if we move that carpet?
Move the carpet away.
Yeah.
So a little bit more of that hair, but otherwise nothing in there. It doesn't. There's no trapdoor or anything like that.
And the symbol, does it mean anything to anyone?
I don't know.
The symbol, is this one of the symbols you were telling us about?
Is that one of the symbols that I was telling them about?
Yes, it is. You did see whirlpool or swirling spiral symbols in the book on a number of occasions next
This
to
one.
those sacrifices. Yeah,
Okay.
Sacrifices.
Yes. These were
or
the
gifts.
or gifts, right, to the daughter of the northern.
I believe there's a door right here that you haven't opened yet.
There?
Oh, there's another door.
Is there
Alright.
a door?
I've got my
Oh!
There is.
Oh, shit.
So crouched down in the corner, you see a young woman, a small, frail woman,
And
a little
baby.
bit emaciated. She kind of looks like this.
Oh boy.
Her eyes are wide and staring. She doesn't blink nearly enough. And she's sort of crouched down and she's looking at you through her eyes like, did she send you? Did she send you to take your punishment out on me? Is that why you're here? Is that why you're here?
Yes.
How much?
I knew it. I knew she was coming to get me. I knew she was coming. The constable steps into the room and says, "Oh, Sadie, what have you done?"
The doctor will enter. She's going to put away her scalpel and she's going to pull out her potion with the laudanum in it.
Okay, what are you gonna have to wait till she opens her mouth? They're gonna throw it in, or
Cressida also comes in because remember it's Cressida who had the initial vision.
mm-hmm.
So spoke and we heard the vision. Well, I guess the officer is there too. So
Yeah, he's there.
Cressida says, "Who
So-
is she?"
She's like, you know who she is. She's Tim's beloved. You know Tim's beloved, don't you? And you see she pulls out a long sort of palette knife that looks like it's been sharpened on a rock or something like that. She's like, don't come near me. Don't come near me. I'm not going to prison. I'm not going to do it. I did it because I couldn't stand. I couldn't stand what he'd said to me. I couldn't stand what she was doing to him.
Well, as long as she had a reason, I think she should go.
The constable is like, look, Sadie, we can't have that. I promise you, you'll be taken care of. We'll see. You'll get a fair hearing. We'll tell you. She's like, you and your red nose are never taking me to jail. And she kind of like swipes a little bit at the knife and you can see it's pretty sharp. Stay away from me.
Anybody a good like a physical fighter without
What are you doing?
without causing real damage?
No, but I'm a terrible convincer, but I do have a lovely drink that will help so much because when a loved one dies, especially in such a violent way, it really it hurts the heart and she'll just feel much better if she could just drink this calming potion.
All right. You're going to try. Is that going to be a manipulation check, I guess? I don't know. You're going to try and get her to drink this
Can
stuff?
the professor support it by saying, I'd like some after her, please.
Yeah.
I find this whole affair rather upsetting.
So, Les,
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 skills, close combat and force. Both of them
Okay.
are physique.
Okay.
Which one would be the right one for subduing her, just holding her?
Force.
Probably force. Yeah, I would say.
Let's see some
Okay.
force.
So you're
does
just going
anyone-
to rush over there and try and grab her?
Does anyone mind if I do this?
Well,
No.
you're gonna try and take the knife from her and grab her. So that you're gonna use force. What's your physique score?
So force is 3 and physique is 4.
I think she deserves some grabbing at this point.
I got it, guys.
Okay,
Yeah.
you got 7.
Yeah. Hold on, say it.
All right, what'd you do?
Yeah.
7 dice?
Yeah, I gotta get in here and jump at her.
Okay. So you run
Let's
forward and
see.
you're like trying to block the pallet knife because the moment you start coming forward, she's like, get away, you know, that kind of thing. All right, oh, Henry, you're typing. Okay.
Oh shit!
No, you,
All right. Well, if you look over, you hover over that.
There's
It's
2 of them.
2 sixes. So yeah. So you grab on her. She lunges at you. So let me.
I think you have to do against each other, right? So
Well,
Yeah, I
I
have to
was
do
ready
an
because I had
opposed.
close combat also. So
yeah, so she's close combat. Plus,
Oh, she failed miserably. So yeah, so you have 2 sixes, she has no sixes, so you got 2 up on her. She lunges at you with the knife, which you sort of swat away. And I guess you reach in and sort of like just bear hug her or try to trip her.
just hold her, arms down by the side, hold her. She's
All right.
struggling. I'm like, give her the potion.
All right. At that point, the constable runs in to aid you, and looks at you and goes, "That was a very stupid thing to do." And then the
But
doctor,
effective.
then the doctor, you run in and try to give her the potion, try to pour laudanum, hold her nose and pour laudanum down her mouth.
Yes.
but just enough so that she's not passed out, but calms down.
Can I roll medicine? I have no physique and I have no physical.
I guess
You don't need physique. Just
yeah,
we're
he's holding her.
her.
Yeah, just they're holding her. All you would do is have to. I mean, medicine. So you basically reach out, pinch her nose shut, and when the next time she opens her mouth, you jam the bottle in there and let a few glugs go down.
More like agility, right?
There's like a nerve.
Yeah, probably.
In the back of the neck, there's a nerve. You can pinch it, and it makes the person's
So you
mouth
know this,
open.
but you have no physical capabilities. How would you?
No, no, this is more a mixology situation.
I would say
What's
not
you-
manipulation. It would almost have to be.
Agility.
Yeah, it would be a precision. It would be a precision roll.
Okay, just precision or medicine precision?
I
Yeah.
think just precision. No,
No,
well.
but you're not thinking of it in terms of the game, though. Because if you think about it in terms of the game, this would probably be an agility check. She's struggling in his arms, and Gwen is trying to pour a bottle.
That's a good point. That's an excellent point. I was misinterpreting precision. Precision is
Or
different.
Like range. It's like range.
It's ranged attack.
It's-
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's-
yeah, it would be agility. So this is a physical plus agility. You got any dice?
Got no dice. I got zero. You got nothing in physical, and I got
You
nothing.
got at least one, or
You
could
get
hand it to
one.
of
Why don't you
us.
hand it to the
You could
hunter?
hand it to one of us.
Can I hand it to the hunter?
Sure.
Well, there is no hunter.
Well, the colonel, yeah.
But I don't have. I have decent physique, but I don't have agility. Does anybody have agility?
Do I have to do everything?
Yes, you do.
What about the vagabond?
Yeah, the vagabond.
Has agility?
You there,
Yeah,
young man?
do it, do
Go
it.
in there and commit some crimes.
That's it. Come on, vagabond.
Come, vagabond.
Come, vagabond. You must commit some crimes now.
War in your days in the underworld.
All right. So, doctor, you hand Aaron the flask and say,
Yeah.
pour this in her gullet.
Yes.
All right. I'm assuming that Aaron, you run over there in the next open space and then do an agility. Yeah, it would be an agility check. You reach over to you have the thing in one hand, you reach over, pinch her nose so she can't breathe, and then dump half the bottle into her mouth. Holding her nose so that if she wants to breathe, she's got to swallow. While Henry holds her tight, as does the constable.
Oh no.
0 sixes. All right. Most of that bottle of laudanum dribbles down her cheek as she thrashes away from you. The constable says, "What are you doing, Aaron?" You want to try it again?
Yeah.
Okay, try it again.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Is this an extra roll? Is he going to get?
He's got one more dose of laudanum that he can do down there, so I'm letting him do it again.
No condition in this one. Though. She's shaking her head all over the place.
Ah,
2 of them. All right, you finally jam the wedge of the pipe of the flask into her mouth between her teeth. She clamps down on it, and with a smooth motion, you dump the remaining laudanum-induced tincture into there. She coughs twice, but it looks like the bulk of it has gone down. In the meantime, the constable has come out with a pair of small shackles, and he is trying to twist her around so he can get at her wrists and bind them behind her back. Almost immediately, with the application of opium, she begins to calm down a little bit. She's breathing heavily, but she's looking around, her crazy wild eyes, and finally the constable gets her done, and everything sort of comes to fruition, and she is led slowly. The constable looks at you and says, "You have my thanks. I think we have solved this crime. Come with me, Sadie. I'm sorry that this happened to you."
Before he goes, I say,
There's one
somebody
more
told me-
thing.
we talked, I pulled the constable to the side
Okay.
and I share with her my thoughts on what we will now have to do with Roebuck's body because of this whole situation, that the town is in danger, and that only by returning Roebuck's body to the sea in this location will we be able to actually ensure that the town is not in danger.
That's right. Well
Okay.
said.
Or should I-
He looks pretty dubious. I mean, one of the things that you know that the town had planned, they'd already sent away for a stone. They planned to bury him in the cemetery, since he had given them given this town so
They
much.
can still put a stone there.
That's
On the thing, give me a quick manipulation check, would you?
Sure.
And the stone really more appropriately should be in Tim's beach as a marker where he loved to paint and where he did his most important work.
Well, the
Then-
constable is thinking that we steal away with the body, we replace it with some other impromptu body, and that's what we bury in the.
What, some
So
vagabond?
Yeah, so
Perhaps.
people are none the wiser.
Yeah, the vagabond.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a body. Maybe just. Oh no.
Big
Okay.
old
Space.
bag of sand.
Yeah, it's something else. So he seems dubious about it, but he's all, meet me back at if this is what you think must be done, meet me back at the constable's office while I take her to and put her in a cell.
Okay.
So I guess you guys could all go back there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
sort of together.
Yeah. Lift
If-
him like a boat.
If anything, the rain has gotten harder. You can't hardly see in front of your face. You guys are all soaked to the skin as you walk across town.
The rain natural, I mean, do we feel like, is this normal weather for December, the beginning of December?
It's
And-
not normal at all.
Mm,
Do we feel like this could, do I think like this could be something related to what we've heard from the siren or whatever it was that
Remember what her promise, what
yeah,
she
she
said.
promised she would come and kill everybody in the town if she did not
Rain shells down on
rain
everyone.
shells down on everyone.
So
Yeah,
we should be glad
so-
it's just rain.
Bring the body of my love back to me by the time of the moon's next rising. Do this thing, or I will cast down shells of razor on every living creature on the land you call St. Bees. Do this thing, or your beach will forever be colored in blood. Do this thing, or your fish killers will drag the bodies of babies up in their nets. Do this thing, or feel the wrath of the seven oceans.
mm.
We should
I
do
don't
this
know if she
thing.
really means it.
Yes, I think we need to share.
Yeah,
with the
It was a
inspector.
little wishy-washy.
Yeah, she seemed.
Here's the thing, though, we can, I guess Sadie should be interrogated in front of the inspector. But and we should ask these questions, who she was talking about, who was the she, all of those things. And that may pull everything together. Even if they don't completely believe it, better safe than sorry.
Gotcha. All right. So you guys get back to the constables, and the constable's like, stay here. I need to take so he sort of looks at you like this. He goes, I need to take Sadie down to the cells and lock her away. I will probably be down there for about 10 minutes.
Got it.
Mm.
Got it.
Is this in the same location as where the,
That the
Uh,
autopsy took place?
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to stay here and wait for him.
or
So
during
he takes her down the steps. She's mumbling. At this point, Sadie is crying and mumbling and sort of limp on her feet. It's obvious that she's been under a great deal of psychological stress. She's mumbling about things like, she sent you, didn't you? I knew this would happen.
Before the constable takes her downstairs,
Mhm.
I say, I think we should make sure that the inspector general or the inspector constable knows that we have her in custody before
Gotcha.
bringing her to the cells.
I'll brief the detective inspector is upstairs. It's late. He's probably sleeping. But once I get her secured, I'll go up and brief him on
Does he seem like he's telling the truth, or does he seem like he's
A
lying?
vagabond.
give me a empathy check, or what would it be?
Yeah, there is
Obs-
a not that.
observation.
Observation.
Vagabond. Grab the
I'm
body.
working
Let's
on it.
go.
Yeah, we need,
Okay.
we need to grab the body and go, and we can apologize later if
I've got
necessary.
the observation check, so hold on, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, for saving the town.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Boy,
two. Okay.
All
So
right,
two.
is he the other or not?
Yeah. For did you, Aaron?
I didn't
rolled it.
roll yet. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Roll me an obs check.
I'll roll you that too. There's another one. No, I did not get it.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, he's been truthful so far. It was his instigation that brought you guys here in the first place. So he's probably on board.
Okay.
So after he locks her up, we could say we'll wait there to make sure she doesn't harm herself.
Let's not even commit.
And
Let's
then
just-
he goes and gets the other constable so that they can interrogate her. And then in the meantime, we can take the body and
Yep.
put it.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
That
so
sounds-
as far as Aaron can tell, he's not going to go down there and kill her or something.
No.
Right.
That's not the. In fact, if anything, on the way back, he was for a man of his stature. He was very gentle. It was clear that he knew Sadie from before. That they know each other. She's obviously in a great deal of distress. Frankly, you got the impression that the last thing he wanted to do was to physically hurt her accidentally in any way.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so you guys, after he puts Sadie in the cell, make sure she's okay, make sure she's thing. Then he's like, he passes you on the stairs and says, "I'm gonna go brief the detective inspector now," and then turns
Wink,
around and walks
wink.
up the stairs.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
And then we go move the body.
All right, so you guys go downstairs in the ice room and you grab the body, wrap it up in that sheet, and just take off with it.
No.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
Yeah.
vociferously against that.
All right, what Colonel? What's your plan? You're against that plan. What do
These
you?
men have been honorable from the beginning. I understand that they may want to bury the body, but I believe we can persuade them that the best thing for us to do is to return Roebuck's body to the sea.
That's what we're trying to do.
But absconding with it, I think, could cause more
Okay.
problems for us. Than
I'll hold the captain. You guys take the body.
you want to go PvP?
we have a history.
If we can't convince you, how are you going to convince these strangers?
Well, what do you mean if you can't convince me?
Well, we want to take the body now, and apparently we can't convince you.
Well, I mean, so Colonel, I think your
Because
plan
you
is to
can't
wait for the
convince me. I mean,
detective.
I'm the one. We're the ones. me and
You
my
want to
group,
wait. You want to wait until it rains razor sharp shells,
We have
so that we
24
can
hours.
calmly ask
We
the
have- we
people
have
of the
20
village
We have 24 hours.
if we
Yeah.
can.
Tomorrow night is when she said that she
If
would
it
rain
doesn't
down
have
the
to be
problems.
immediate.
Okay.
We fail to convince
Let him
them,
let him
I
have it,
will
guys.
agree
We'll
we
talk
can
to the
go
people of
back
the
and talk
town.
about it.
We'll talk to the people of the town.
Okay. So when you talk about people to the town, so after about 10 minutes,
Yeah, mom,
so you guys are, so where are you guys in the building? Do you guys go back upstairs, leaving the body down in the ice room, or do you bring the
I don't
body
know.
upstairs, or you stay down in the ice room, or where do you go?
Where do we go, Colonel?
I would suggest that 2 of us stay in the ice room and the other 4 go upstairs to speak to the inspector. To speak to the inspector when he's brought out.
Okay. Who's going to speak to the inspector?
I guess I'll speak to the inspector.
All right. So the Colonel, I'm assuming
I'm going
Cressida
to
goes
say
with
that
you.
hey, the vagabond is going to stay down with their body.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
assume that-
I mean, just now I'm concerned that someone because
Won't be
I mean I will express my concern that last thing we want is for this body to disappear.
Yep.
So
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So Cressida and the Colonel are staying upstairs to talk to the detective inspector. Aaron and I'm assuming Henry at least stay down in the ice room, or Henry, are you going to stay with the Colonel? Don?
I'll go with the Colonel.
All right, so you guys are in the Colonel. What about the Doctor and the Professor?
Professor's gonna stick with the vagabond.
Yeah, I guess the, wait, was the vagabond with the corpse or is?
Yes.
Oh,
Vagabonds with the corpse.
and I guess the doctor will go to try to convince the constables.
Okay. All right, so it's just the Vagabond and the Professor are down with the corpse. Everybody else is going to think. All right, after a couple of minutes, you hear some talking upstairs and that kind of stuff. And eventually you hear footsteps on the stairs again. And leading the way is Constable Jones, who kind of looks at you like, "Eh?"
Why aren't you
And then,
gone?
yeah, and then okay. And then behind him is the detective inspector, and he's still sort of like getting his, putting his collar on and that kind of stuff. And he's like, he comes down the stairs. He's like, "Good work, everyone. You found it. The detective, Constable Jones, has explained to me that you found Sadie's hideout, and were able to take her successfully into custody. I must congratulate you on your work. It does seem that this particular caper has been solved. It's my understanding." And he looks over at the constable. My understanding is that she's largely confessed. And the constable goes, "Well, that's true, Detective Inspector. She largely has. She's a bit inconsolable right now, but I have her downstairs. We'll be able to interrogate her in the morning once the laudanum is worn off." And he kind of looks, "Laudanum?" And he's like, "Nevertheless. So thank you. I must say that in a single day, you've been able to accomplish more than the constable and I have been able to do in several. And for that, I must thank both of you and the constable for bringing you here. Well done."
You're quite welcome, sir. But there is another issue that we must speak of, and I'm not sure if the constable has mentioned it to you yet.
Sir, I have not mentioned it. I was waiting. I assumed that. I assumed that I assumed that them from Penrith would like to talk to you about this in their own specifics. So by all means, go ahead.
Well, sir, you brought us in because we are familiar with, let's say, the unseen world. And
That is my understanding.
there is more to this, we believe, than just a simple murder. There are reasons why the inn is called the Siren Song. There is information that we've been able to uncover about the history of this town. And we believe that this was a romantic triangle, not just between Sadie, who we believe murdered your beloved artist, but between one of those denizens of the sea, who was your beloved artist's true lover.
He looks. He kind of looks. He looks at you, and he kind of looks at the constable. Constable, I know a bit of your history, and I know that this is more in line with what your expertise and experience has been in. Do you concur with the colonel? And the constable says, "In the absence of other evidence, I must concur in this regard." And then go on.
Yes. And this creature, shall we say, has threatened to destroy your town unless we return her lover's body to the sea so that he can be with her for eternity. I know that Mr. Roebuck was beloved of this town, but I highly suggest that you allow us to do this, and instead of burying Mr. Roebuck in the town, you build a memorial to him.
All right. Give me a manipulation check.
Okay. So I'm going to do this from Cresta.
Is there any other things that you might be able to put to this test?
Help somehow? Is there?
Helping other characters adds 1 die to their pool. So 3 of you can help can post up.
Anybody else, I guess, who knew this story, not just from me, but firsthand, or at least a little.
He's got it
firsthand, could help.
So that would be the person who heard it from the fisherman, that was Aaron, and he's downstairs. The rest of you heard it from Aaron and know the story and know I mean, I assume you believe it.
And
Certainly you get an
we heard
extra.
the dream. We heard the dream from the constable as well, right? About
Right, absolutely. So that would be.
Yes, constable. I know that you were hesitant to share this with the inspector, but perhaps now is a good time you do so.
And very quickly, it's like, Detective Inspector, I'm reluctant to bring this to light, but what the colonel is saying is true. And he explains the dreams and that kind of stuff, and what they saw out at Tim's Beach and that kind of thing, and he finds up and he basically says, if the colonel and his group and the members of the society believe that this is the way it should be, perhaps they're right, and I believe in them. So an extra dice for that too.
Yeah, so I'm gonna roll then just using the dice because it'll be easier here using the advanced roller. Second, that's 9 dice that I get. Okay. Go. 2.
2 sixes. The detective inspector finds that, I mean, basically you're talking to him about things that he has no experience of and is like, look, this sounds far-fetched. But ultimately, you get the impression that he trusts Constable Jones implicitly. And that perhaps he takes a long pause. He says, perhaps you are right. Perhaps a ceremony returning Tim to the sea that he loved would be more appropriate than burying him in the earth that he stood upon. Potentially, I think I can sell this to the town, although they will not like not having their. Although he was new here, he was beloved of the town. They will not like not having him in their cemetery. But perhaps we can do this thing.
I would suggest, given the warnings we were given, sir, that we do this thing tomorrow.
I agree. All right, then. Let's do it tomorrow. In the meantime, I plan on getting back to my sleep, as I advise you also.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right. So you guys scuttle back over to the siren song and get a good night's sleep. The next morning, it's raining even harder. And in this case, you look outside and you can see, I mean, at one point you open one of the windows of your rooms and you stick your hand out because the rain looks weird to you. And there are drops on it that come out, and some of it's rain, but some of it looks like blood. And you look up and the sky is just dark gray. It's so dark that, I mean, you can't even see. It's like a terrible storm coming in from the west over the Irish Sea and just pummeling the town. Nobody's going anywhere. And the detective inspector is actually waiting for you down in the thing when you guys come downstairs, and he says, "Look, as much as I have thought about last night, I must say I don't know that today is the day we should do this. We should wait for this weather to pass before we perform this ceremony."
Sir, we cannot. Do you not see what is in the rain? This, will spell your doom if we do not do this today.
Give me another check, manipulation check.
Are
Same
we
one?
helping?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
same helping.
Yep, you can help him if you want. Anybody can.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do this again. The same ones. Come on, baby.
There's a 6.
Please.
He's hard to convince. It takes a little bit more talking, but eventually he's like, all right, fine. If you think that this is, and the constable eventually shows up too. It says, why are we going to the beach? He's like, all right. And you guys tromp over to the thing. The constable has already wrapped up the body, put clothes back on him, and is brought it up. Aaron, are you going to help the constable sort of bring the body up from the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. He's put together a little sort of stretcher that he has, and he's like, you take the south end, I'll take the rest. And he's reclothed him and wrapped him in a sheet or shawl of some time. He's actually kind of thrown some weak stitches into the things, so he's covered. You guys come out and you make your way through town, through this pouring, occasionally bloody rain. As you do, you see people staring out of their windows. They're not coming outside, but you can see them watching out of their windows, light behind them as you guys pass through the thing and go out to Tim's beach. So you're not sure if they're staring because they believe in what you're doing. Probably not. They're probably wondering, what are you guys doing, and why are you taking Tim with you? But they don't know it's Tim. So you guys go out to the beach, and you find yourself in a with an eerie sight. You find yourself on the beach, and you approach the water. And as you do, as you step onto the beach, closer and closer to the water, things begin to happen. As
We're
you
bringing it.
step on the sand, it crunches down like sand normally does, and underneath, flowing upward, are great swaths of blood that come up under the
Oh.
sand.
Goodness.
In the sea, you look out to the sea, you can barely see out there. There's so much rain coming down, but it begins to ease off a bit, and you see out there swimming, head and shoulders above the water, you can see a single figure out in the distance, watching.
Mm,
And she looks like this.
mm.
Green of skin, dark hair, sunken eyes. She looks at you, stares at you with black eyes. You hear a voice from off in the distance, a high, screechy voice. Have you brought him?
We have, madam.
Put him in the sea, and I will take him with me. You see her sort of slither forward, and you can see under the water, there's this long, fishy kind of eel-like tail going below her. You guys approach?
Oh yeah,
All right. What do you guys do? You take the body and do what?
And we put it at the
I
edge.
can carry it if I have to.
All right. Go. What was it? What were you saying, Josh?
Put it at the edge of the sea.
Put it at the edge of the water where the waves can overlap it, or in the
Yes.
water, or just on the beach?
No, in the water.
In the water. All right. So it's just sort of like in the shallow, about 6 inches of
Yeah.
water. So you just
Yeah.
lay in there. All right. As you do, the rain slows down tremendously. The blood begins to seep back into the sand, and she steps up out of the thing, and you can see her face change as she steps out
Hit her.
into the water. Out as she steps up, and she sort of coils up on an eel-like thing, and her face is different now. She looks different as she grabs the body with her arms kind of come out, and you see these webbed hands with long, sort of curved claws that come out, and she looks angry and vengeance as she peels out of the water and grabs up the body of
Tim.
Tim Roebuck and slithers back into the water with it until finally she slithers out further and further and further until she disappears. At that moment, the rain stops. The blood has now disappeared and gone back down into the sand. And the clouds begin to break apart as they seemingly, whatever magic that has brought this storm to the town has been broken or lifted as she goes back down into the ocean. Sitting in front of each of you on the sand is a single razor sharp shell.
I picked mine up.
It's up
All right.
on
Yep.
too for a remembrance of justice.
Keeps these. Mhm.
All right. And that is the end of the scenario. What did you guys think?
Ta-da! Good.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad I opened that door.
So,
Right there.
what'd you say?
It's scary to me, like the door opened and then she was right there. It's
She was
like,
right there.
And
Yeah.
she was freaky looking, so that was very good.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
So overall, as you guys know, this is very different from Pathfinder or D&D and stuff like that. I mean,
Mhm.
that kind of stuff. It's more, it's it's more
Story.
narrative, more story driven. What did you think about this adventure and about this game in thing? And I know Josh, I know it's the East Coast for you. Same for Tom and Gwen. So I don't want to keep you too late. But if you want to drop off now, that's fine. But I'd love to hear your feedback sometime about how this particular game went. What you thought. Was it managed well? This is my first shot running it, so I was much looser on the rules than I thought I
think
was.
you did a solid job, Les. I think this is a game, like you said, has so much storytelling. There's a lot more
Mhm.
role playing that's required on the part of the players, and I think it's good when it's players who really want to play the roles, even if
Yes.
if we play in the future, maybe taking voices a little bit
Hmm.
and doing it because it's more like unlike in D&D or Pathfinder, where it really is the GM setting the stage and
Hmm.
creating the story. This is a game where we all have to work together to create the story, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the sense. And I think so. It's one of those games, unlike Pathfinder or D&D, where you sort of learn the rules, and even if you don't do a ton of role play, it's still great fun. You
Hmm.
really enjoy it because of the encounters, because it really is a game. This is much more like a joint narrative that we're all trying
Yeah.
to create.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
opposed-
Totally agree.
yeah, I see this as I definitely see this as something that I would like to continue playing. I
Okay.
think it's the kind of thing that you would play like 10 times a year, right? Maybe something like that.
Okay.
So then rather than it being a long-term because the way that it's set up from what I read, it's the scenarios anywhere from like 1 to 3 sessions, right? They don't
Right.
go longer, right? And so I can see it being a lot of fun in those kind of short type sessions,
Right.
in my opinion, as opposed to being a forever kind of thing. But the nice thing about it is, and I think you've done this with a few other things as well, is you can slot it in. So once a month, or maybe sometimes even twice a month, you play a session.
Right.
That's sort of my sense of it. And
I
that's
totally agree with you. And then this definitely Vince's gives off an episodic vibe, right?
Yeah.
You have something like you said, 1 to 3 sessions. You have something that happens and then it's over, and then you go on to the next happening. That kind of thing.
Yep.
So yeah, no, it definitely,
And just
it
the
definitely does.
last thing about that, the only thing about that is there is a whole bunch of stuff in the core rule book about being able to build up not so much the characters. You get certain things for the characters, but that doesn't seem to be as important as it is in more traditional tabletop role playing game.
Right.
Seemed like it could be fun is if we've got a group of people who are playing together, is the ability to build up the headquarters, right? There's
Gotcha.
I don't
Okay.
know
Yeah.
if any of you read through it, but there's a whole section on how you can buy things for the headquarters and build it up, and that it
Yeah.
makes you more powerful that way as
Mhm.
opposed to just individually. So
Right. Like open your own Rose house kind of thing.
yeah,
Mhm.
but it's there. We have one already.
Right, right.
So like you'd have to go back and look how it is in the British book. What I think because we can choose a headquarters, right? So we actually own it. Is my
Yeah.
sense with that, and then build it up from there. Because in the Scandinavian section, there's one headquarters in Uppsala that we've taken over from the previous society that's disappeared, except for the last woman who's now in an estate asylum.
Right.
So it's sort of been run down. It's been empty for like a decade, that kind of thing. I don't
Right.
know how it works in Northern England
Yeah,
or in England in general.
it's interesting because like I was thinking that part of it is like you want people to be engaged with the story.
Mhm.
And polling is like it's a difficult balance because you have that feeling of like you need to be rolling dice to feel like you're actually playing. But on the other hand, if somebody is engaging with the story and they're asking questions, you want to be able just to give them information.
Right.
Also, it's really nice to be like get the potion, be like, oh, I want to get these potions, and then be able to like use the potions.
Sure.
Which maybe sort of cheated the action part? Like maybe we were supposed to fight her or kill her?
Well, so it could have gone a couple of ways, right? So she's definitely so in the module itself, basically she says she's very scared, but if
Mhm.
somebody threatens to take her to prison, she says
Mhm.
she's not going to go, and then she would attack, right? Which she kind of started to do. Now, Henry sort of bum rushed that show by running in and grappling her, right? So and she did take a swipe at him, missed, you know, in her close combat role, and you know, essentially he was able to sort of forestall that. But you know, there's so there's other things that I could tweak this so that
And by
there's
the
more
way,
combat.
the full rule book for this game
Mhm.
specifically says that the vast majority of challenges you have do not and should not involve violence.
Right.
There's
Yeah, exactly.
violence there when it's necessary, but it's a little bit more real world, I guess, from that
Mhm.
standpoint than fantasy tabletop role play.
Right. You can't really, this isn't a game for murder hobos.
No. Murder hobos or you know, like you can have fun being silly in Pathfinder or D&D. If you're silly in this game, it seems like it would fuck everything up, right? Like
Yeah, it
you know,
does kind of.
you have fun, you can laugh about things, but you sort of have to make the right tactical moves consistent.
Right.
Was
Right.
how it felt like to me.
But one of the things that was nice about this too is like it kind of felt like we were supernatural CSI or supernatural Criminal Minds, you know? Cool, like that we could be like, okay, 3 people are gonna go there, and 1 person's gonna go there, and like 2 people are gonna go, you know, and then there was like that moment where you were like, okay, this place, this is like stuff is gonna go down. So we're gonna like back out and wait for like the whole team, the SWAT, to join us.
Mhm.
But it encourages splitting the parties as opposed
Yeah.
to other games where it's a bad idea to split the party.
Right.
Well, right, and I mean to your point, I mean the core of the core idea behind don't split the party is that it makes it easier for your opponents to hurt you, right?
Mhm.
This game doesn't have a ton of that hurt you stuff. Now, I was prepared if you guys were going to fight Sadie. I was certainly prepared for that. I had prepared if you guys somehow managed to get into a fight with the constables. We had that ready to go. But I also had a thing if you guys decided that you wanted to fight the creature, which in fact is in this case was a mermaid. But you guys chose not to do that. I mean, you guys basically did this in a way that you smarted your way around those kind of things. You didn't fight the constables. You captured Sadie effectively and decided to, you know, basically capitulate to the mermaid's demands as opposed to trying to kill her. I think that worked out well.
By the way, was it Tim Roebuck, right?
Tim Roebuck, yeah.
What was Tim Roebuck a mermaid himself?
No, so the backstory is that basically he had spent so much time on that beach that the mermaid fell in love with him. And so subsequently at one time when he was out there painting, she came out of the water and approached him and basically they formed this relationship. And so those times when that Sam guy said, well, he goes down there at all hours of the night and he stays out all night and that kind of stuff, they're together then at the shore because he's a man. He can't breathe water like she does, and she can't really come out onto the surface for any real length of time. So it was this sort of like tragic kind of relationship.
Do we know whether she enchanted him or not? Though? Does it talk about that in there?
Don't know, but well, I know. She did not. Basically,
he did fall in love with her. So
he did. Yeah, he really
made
did.
the right call at the end, returning his body.
Yeah, she didn't like mesmerize him or anything like that. And they have been doing this for years. So, and that's where you start to see his paintings of the same place become more infused and that kind of stuff. It's where Cressida saw that unearthly kind of thing. That's one of those paintings from the earlier time.
What did you think, Don, Doug?
I like this system as a one shot, kind of like what you said, not as an ongoing campaign, but one shots, maybe 2 or 3 sessions to be good. This is my second time playing it, and I have enjoyed both times.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and I enjoyed the emphasis on the storytelling. I think keeping focus just on die 6 takes a lot of the mental work out of it, and that's part of what I enjoy. You know, and not that I don't enjoy getting involved, you know, in the story. It's just that because the way I think, that a lot of times the storyline shoots off in so many different directions. For an example, you
Mhm.
know, I mean, when we were talking about the possibility of the death of this guy, you know, I know it was said in jest, but you know, there are a lot of different reasons why people kill each other. You know, there's
Yeah.
a lot of different reasons why people murder. And so at first we even debated as a party that, you know what, this really didn't seem, I mean, is this a supernatural thing? I mean, or is this just a, I mean, is this a you know, in this particular story, a you know, something that needs those who have the sight to be involved. Now, of course, it ended up needing to be that, but but with the, I was like, oh man, we could go down this way, we can down, and there. Whereas in regular you know role playing games that I'm familiar with, Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, that kind of thing. Or even miniatures, you know, when you're seeing the miniatures out there, I mean, there's only one way you can, you know, go. Yeah, I had a difficult time sticking with it, you know. So but hey, I mix it up. I mean, I like to be with you guys, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
right now my world is pretty you know, secluded. So I mean, I just love to hear people's voices and going back and forth. And I'm like, hey, I can think about that. I got to think about that. Also, part of my issue is that for most of the time, I had some audio problems. I don't know if it's my my headphones that were you know, getting old, but there was a lot of you know,
Okay.
kind of staggering in and out, which I found exceedingly distracting. So
I can see that.
yeah. I would not, I would say for to change things up and to kind of get a different speed or different on folks, but playing time, but I wouldn't make a regular diet of it.
Yeah.
You know,
Gotcha.
so
Okay.
One
Tom.
thing,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh,
No, go ahead.
two things, because we played a Vaesen game at Gen Con.
Hmm.
And one thing, and I don't know if it was just my character, I had very few, like the most dice I had to roll of anything were 3. And
Really, even for medicine, maybe it's just a
I
quirk
don't
of the
know,
thing.
but they got 2 for medicine and 1 for precision, so it was
Know what
like,
I think it was actually?
Hmm.
Maybe, but I think because we played at that table and the number of dice were lower, I think the guy was running the game didn't really know the rules yet. I think this was early, and so yeah, and so
Oh.
we weren't rolling correct. That's why it was made it much harder to succeed. Because I remember,
right.
yeah,
Well, but one of the things that was fun about like I mean, I literally remember like at some point I had to roll like 9 D6s, and it's like you can't even hold them in your hands. Like it's like there is something like the mechanic of the D6, and instead of rolling, you know, 2D4s or 3D8s, whatever, you're doing 9 D6s. There's like something really cool about that, like massive amounts.
yeah, but
And
then,
then first
and then you roll all those things and you don't get 1 6.
and then you get
Yeah, yeah.
so that's the other thing is
Wop wop wah.
how
if
many
there's
times though
no,
have you gone through an entire Pathfinder session and
Yeah.
you can't roll above a 5 on the D20? So,
if you don't have any actual peril like a violence,
Mhm.
amping up the creepy quality is a way to make people feel not threatened exactly, but more
It
more
adds tension, kind of thing.
yeah.
the sort of like the sort of like the horror element
Okay.
is a way to or could be a way to
And,
Okay.
and this was I mean, I think this was an introductory scenario as well, right? So it wasn't meant to be super tough, I guess.
Not meant to be super tough. No. Yeah, it's not. It's not a.
We were uncovering. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it. The scenario we played at Gen Con was a little more dangerous, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there were a couple of different gunfights that we got in. And,
Gunfights. The people we were fighting against were pretty strong.
yeah, that's true. Tom, what about you? You're suspiciously quiet over there.
Yeah, I really liked this adventure, and I really liked the way you ran it, Les.
Thanks.
If I have a criticism or something that could be improved,
Mhm.
I think it has to do with the dynamic of, when we play long-term games, Pathfinder 5e, we're cautious, right? Because we want our characters to live, and so we tend to be very suspicious of doors and boxes, right? And chess. We're like, well, I don't know if I want to touch that. I don't know. I'll use my mage hand. And in a one-off, in a one-shot, you don't really have to worry as much about the long term. And yet we still bring this mentality of, let's use our best thing. Let's min max, And I think that's too bad because part of it was that we had 6 players, and so we could always bring somebody to the fore who had, specialized skills. That's okay. But I wanted us to be braver and more like kick the door downy. And because there's little to risk, right? If you do go out in a blaze, right, it's kind of okay on a one shot.
Like DCC.
Yeah, a little bit more like
I
Dungeon
think
Call
maybe I
Classics.
confused everybody when I was saying earlier. I wasn't talking about it as being like a one shot. It's just a standalone. Who cares about your character? I was saying you roll a character and you have it, but it not being the game that you would play every week. Like you might play
Right.
it 10, 12, 14 times a year with the same character going forward, moving forward. And I didn't get the sense we were that trepidatious, except for me and Jane when we were in the house, potentially encountering the murder.
I wasn't really reacting to that, Josh. What I was thinking about is when we played at Gen Con,
Yeah.
one of the things that particular adventure had was cold. Cold was an enemy. When we started off, in a cart, in a horse-drawn carriage, and it was already cold, and we had to roll like Constitution saves, kind of to avoid getting a condition of being like too cold, and
Yeah.
then the horse stopped and we got thrown into the snow. And so you can imagine there's more like, so we started off the adventure with like negative, conditions regarding the cold.
Yes, yes.
And we had to find an inn, and we had to get to shelter. And like there was this driving, it was like having a timer on us, right? This cold factor. And so I think that's a very healthy thing for a one shot or a short adventure, is to have something that drives you.
Yeah.
so that people make decisions, so that they move forward, right? And this was a good adventure, so it wasn't a problem. We got through it in a reasonable amount of time. But I mean, I think part of it was experienced people, right?
Yeah.
Just cutting to chase, like, oh, let's just do this, let's just do that. Like, you have to agree and second things. You can't just debate everything endlessly. And we did a good job, but everybody did a good job. Les did a good job, but I would have liked some pressure to like time pressure, or like the cold condition pressure, or something to yeah, knowing that there's impending disaster if we don't get this dealt with. Like think of the movie Jaws, right? The shark could strike again, right? And so you need to deal with it, right?
Right.
I think
You
where
can't
the
just.
problem, Tom, I get that. I think where the problem was, that was probably more in this particular scenario because we did have it, but I felt like the supernatural elements of the scenario, and I think was it Doug or Don who touched on this, weren't as integrated into the scenario itself as they could have been, right? And that was it. So in your case, the one you had, yeah, it really set the scene nicely, right? Right from the beginning, you felt like you were under threat.
And it was a
more like a traditional.
It was a supernatural. It was a spirit
with some supernatural throw.
It was a supernatural spirit driving us to the end, right? Like you said, there wasn't an invisible hand here at all, right? We were really like, just on our own as investigators on our own timeline. We could have taken two or three times as much time. Once we found out about the threat of the next day or whatever, then there was a timer.
And again, but we were already at the point where we
exactly
solved it, and all we had to
so
do was
that would be my only criticism, and it's not really of the adventure, but it's kind of systemic. But it worked out fine. It was good. It was really good.
Yep.
Good. All right. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you guys we could play this. I was trying to I wanted to play this as a DM it for the first time. I hope it wasn't too terrible. So
I might limit it to 5 people though.
You're never terrible, Les.
well, I'm aspiring.
You're always
to terrible.
okay. You're always okay. I would aim for 4 and limit it to 5 personally.
Yeah, I
because-
wondered. I had
Yeah.
that same thought myself that maybe 6 is too many.
You're
We've
right,
traditionally
Don.
done 6. That's what we were hoping to do, but no. You might be right. This might be a better 4-person game.
I think minimum 4, maximum 5 is what I would go with.
Yeah.
Well, we
Hey,
played
guys,
I think you could even play this with 3.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Yeah,
Christmas,
Hey, yeah,
Don.
Merry
I'm
Christmas,
going
everyone.
to bed.
All right.
Thanks, Les.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks,
Love
everybody.
it.
Merry Christmas.
Very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
Les, you and I will catch up. over
Yeah,
it.
definitely. This sometime later this week, maybe.
Perfect.
Josh, it
Sounds
was
good.
fun playing
All right.
with you.
Great seeing you.
Yeah, good to
Hey,
see everybody.
say thanks to Jane for me too. I'm glad she got a chance to play this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
See y'all.
Bye-bye.